City Council study session for Monday, November 14th. We have about 5 items on the agenda for tonight. Kicking us off is Inglewood Utilities and South Platte Renew Director Peter Van Rye and Jason Mumm from the FCS Group, here to discuss the South Platte Renewal Ownership Model. Good evening, Director Van Rye.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us tonight. As the Mayor said, with me tonight is Jason Mumm with the FCS Group. And what this item is it dates back to an analysis that was commissioned by the City of Littleton as it relates to potential ownership models for South Platte Renew. Right now, South Platte Renew is a joint venture between the two cities. We operate under what's called the 1982 agreement, which is the joint venture agreement. And the City of Littleton, about a year and a half ago, wanted to explore what are the potential options for other types of ownership models for South Platte Renew. At which point they entered into a contract with FCS Group and Jason specifically. And Jason presented to the City of Littleton, I believe it was in March of this year. Was it April? April of this year, the results of that initial analysis. And so this is something that out of that meeting, the direction was to have the mayor of Littleton and the city manager of Littleton get with their corresponding mayor and city manager of Englewood to talk about what Englewood's thoughts are on it. And so over that time, we have, it was, if you recall at the joint council meeting this year, it was brought up right near the end of the presentation as it relates to one of the council members from Littleton wondering what the, if there was any progress on this, at which point we re-engaged with Jason to come present essentially the same report that was presented to Littleton. We didn't have him go and redo the whole analysis because essentially what you can do is take the Littleton report. It's largely the same drivers, and instead of Littleton, it's just for Englewood. So that's the setup for why we're here tonight. And so I'm going to turn this over to Jason, and he's got a presentation and some results that he'll run through, and then we'll open it up for discussion. And do we have the presentation up? Do we get the presentation up? Oh, you know what? I should turn that on. Hey, look at that.
There we go.
I'm notoriously bad with these things.
Oh, can hand it over to me?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for having me again tonight. Appreciate being here. Like Peter said, this was a study that I conducted for the City of Littleton. I actually started it in 2020, and because of the pandemic and other things that were going on, we didn't deliver the results until April this year. But what Littleton was interested in at the time was possibly transitioning their ownership model in the SPR and actually in the full wastewater utility through their interceptor system as well to a different ownership model. And so they asked us to come up with some ideas we could look at that would do that for them. A couple of the goals that they had was to just get away from the financial burdens that came with as part of that ownership, part of the ownership model that exists right now, and maybe be able to do things a little bit differently, maybe a little bit more cleanly from their perspective anyway. So we went down the road here with them, looking at different approaches that we could use. We actually looked at 6 for them. There's a couple of them that were on that list that we're not going to look at tonight because they penciled out to be kind of far-fetched. I'll talk about those just real briefly, but the 4 that we are going to talk about all involve formation of some kind of special district, really because that's one of the easier approaches that we could take if you really were interested in going into a different direction. we looked at different varieties of special districts, and I'm going to just kind of pencil them out here for you. Under alternative A, it's a special district that would really only include Englewood. So this would be Englewood, just basically taking what they have now, reforming it all as a special district rather than as a city, and going forward from there. So that one's pretty straightforward. The second one would be Englewood plus its connector districts. This would be a little bit more expansive. It would include potentially all of the connector districts along with Englewood. And a third one there, which is a special district that would include Littleton and Englewood, so the two cities themselves forming a special district just within their corporate limits, kind of merging them into one special district. And then I've got one called the All-In District, which would be C plus all of the connector districts, both for Littleton and for Littleton. So did I say Littleton twice? Englewood and Littleton, all the special districts. So depending on how you want to look at it, you could have either a much more concise special district out of this, or you could have an extremely expansive one that would include all of the connector districts that you have right now. The two that we're not going to talk about are this idea of merging with Metro water recovery, mostly because the expense of that, when we analyzed it, was just kind of a non-starter. Very, very expensive. And the sale to a private party, which we I think determined was a non-starter as well for a lot of other reasons. So we're going to leave those off for tonight. I think a lot of you are pretty familiar with the lay of the land with respect to Littleton, Englewood, and all the districts. I created this wonderful little drawing here that I joked when I presented it to Littleton that I have an NFT for this you can buy. If you're interested in that. But it's just meant to show you a graphical depiction of the number of connecting districts that Littleton serves, the number of connecting districts that Englewood serves, and there are a couple that you both serve that are sitting out there. And of course, you're both joined in all of this by way of your partnership together, your joint venture, and the ownership of South Platte Renew. And that kind of forms the nucleus of the whole thing. So it gives you a sense when we talk about Englewood's connecting districts, there's quite a few more of them than there are for Littleton, and that's how that lays out. So the four that we're looking at tonight, they all involve forming some form of a special district. Many of you might be familiar already with the way that works, but I felt I should just review it real quick for those who might not. So the forming of a special district includes 4 steps. The first one is the development of a service plan. Each one of these has its own challenges, and development of the service plan really is essential to the whole thing. You're going to have to sell that service plan all the way up through that last step there. And what it's going to do is it's going to describe all the services for the area that's supposed to be included in that special district, and any contractual areas that you plan to serve from that special district. So just by way of example, if we took the very first approach there and we said, hey, it's just going to be Englewood only, we're going to just transition everything to a special district, but we're still going to serve our contractual districts. That needs to be in your service plan. Yes, there's technical aspects of it, financial aspects of it. Your attorney will help walk you through that. I'm probably not the best person to do that. I can just tell you that you need to put together a service plan. What happens after that, once you have it all put together, is you got to get county commission approval. So this would include whatever counties are included in your service area. So in your case, probably more than one. I think in the case of Littleton, when we looked at this, we had as many as 5 potential counties that were involved. And you might have as many as 4. So when you think about that, that's one of the reasons why when we look at the scoring a little bit later on, sometimes these scored a little bit lower. The more expansive we made the district, the more county commissions were involved, the more opportunity for having that service plan challenged in one form or another from the commission level. Assuming that all the county commissions approve of your service plan, it then goes to the courts. And that will be for the county in which the district is located. So wherever the headquarters is for that. And at this point, the property owners that are inside that potential district may petition for an exclusion. Means they don't want to be part of it. They want to be left out for whatever reason. So there's a process for that. It's all part of the court approval process. Assuming the court then approves of the service plan, then you've still got to go to an election. So you got to go through all these steps to eventually get to an election, and all of the eligible voters in that proposed district are going to vote on that, whether to form it or not form it. And then, assuming you pass all of those bars, then you've got yourself a new district. So, it is a fairly straightforward process in that we know what we need to do to get from point A to point B. It's not a straightforward process in terms of its predictability, I don't think. There's lots of places in here where you might have to, re-envision things or tweak some things, rewrite some things. It could be drawn out. And the bigger the district is, the more likely it will be drawn out. So let's talk about these. We created a little scoring matrix for all of this, and you'll have to forgive me if it's a little simplistic. It's that way on purpose. One of the things that we didn't do in all this scoring was we didn't assign any weights to these categories that we have. So some of these things might be a lot more important to you than some others. And so if you put greater weight, for example, on, I just want to get rid of these liabilities. That's really important to me. So if I score a 5 on that might give me a whole bunch of points in your mind. Whereas the cash flow to Englewood out of all this might have no importance to you at all. So that lower score there might not matter. Just keep this in mind. As we scored these and we add up the totals, I just kept them equally weighted. But I just want to bring that up just so you can kind of factor that into your own thinking. Some of these things might be a lot more important to you than others. The first one, as I mentioned, this would be a special district that would just involve you, the city of Englewood. And the district boundaries would be Englewood's corporate limits only. Basically, what this would do is it would take all of your interests in SPR and all of your interests in the rest of the utility operations in the city, and that would assign this to the new district. So you can do that based on the agreements that I've reviewed with respect to SPR. So you have the ability to do assignments, whereas, just so you know this, your connecting districts, they don't have the ability to assign to someone else. So it requires your permission to do that, but you guys, you do have that. So this is something that could be done. It probably involves the least amount of approvals and everything else that you would need from that process that I just went over. In terms of transferring the assets, liabilities, and future obligations of the utilities to another party, this one gets the job done. That's why it scores a 5 in all those categories. It would move it off into this new district. The district would be responsible for those things. They would accept all of the liabilities that you currently have. Those would need to be transferred. You're going to have to deal with your attorneys to make sure that happens the right way, but it can happen. I did rate these things in terms of cash flow to Englewood because some of the ones, and we'll see one here in a minute, might actually result in a little bit of a boost in terms of cash flow coming back to Englewood in all of this. This one, however, we don't see that. So, we're talking about the same ratepayers here. We're not expanding the service area. We're not doing anything. Presumably also, we're not trying to leverage this as a rate enhancement effort at all. We're just trying to move things from one form of governance to another. And so there really ought not be that big of a cash flow change to Englewood. Impact on Englewood's ratepayers, when I say, if I say it's ranked 4 or 5 there, I mean that's good. That there really shouldn't be an impact to them from this. I gave it a 4 just because there probably will be something involved with the organizational costs of all this that probably have to be picked up somewhere. Time to implement is fast for this, probably fastest among them, which gives it that higher rating there. What do you get? You get out of the sewer business. You transfer all the assets, liabilities to the new district. It's got the least number of approvals of all the options. This one probably happens faster than others. That's why it ends up scoring pretty high. Contrast that a little bit. If you were to include your districts, you have the same process involved. You've got more counties that you're probably going to need to get approval from. I counted 3 from the information that I had. I think that's right. But yeah, there's more involved here. other than that, the differences here are that, I reasoned that this kind of approach may result in additional cash flow to Inglewood because that last sentence there in my conclusion says equity contributions from the districts may benefit Inglewood. What that means is that if you went to an organizational structure like this, you'd be asking all of those districts of yours to join, to include into this new district. And what that immediately does is it presents this situation of inequity that's involved. When what I mean by that is Inglewood and its residents and people have invested heavily in SPR and in the sewer infrastructure that makes up your interceptors and everything else inside the city. The connector districts have done some of that because they've paid connection fees and some other things that they've contributed toward the system, but not to the extent that Inglewood has. And so if you want everyone to come into a new district like that on some kind of parity, there's a discrepancy that needs to be made up. So the connector districts would not like to hear me say this, but that's really kind of a financial reality. There is a discrepancy. It would need to be made up. And if you did make it up, there would be this cash flow that would be coming to Inglewood to help make up that disparity. It's easier said than done. I mean, you've got to convince all your other districts that that's in their interest to do it. So, yes, it could result in additional cash flow to Inglewood. It still is slower to implement, and because of the additional cash flow, it might result in a boost to Inglewood's ratepayers above the first one. I think this is all a little bit on the optimistic side. So would your connector districts really be interested in this? It's hard to say, but I've been chatting with them recently on another piece of this assignment that I've taken on for Peter, and I don't necessarily get the sense that they would. So let's look at the third one. This would be a special district that included Inglewood and Littleton, just the corporate boundaries of the two. This is basically the partnership that you currently have. So you and Littleton joined together in this joint venture. Both of you, presumably at the same time, would enter into this concept of forming a special district that would include your corporate limits together. Your service plan would include your corporate limits. It would also have to include, like I said, the fact that you're going to be providing service to all of these special districts. But it would have the same effect as the very first one we looked at. It would just also include your colleagues over in Littleton. Of course, this would require approval of both cities. And of course, you still have to follow all of those processes that we laid out for how you form a special district: service plan, county commission, district court, election. That all has to get done too. And it's a bigger election. It's going to include more than what that first one did. So it's a little tougher to do. But this also accomplishes a lot of the same things. In a lot of ways, it's very much the same as the first one. If anything, the reason it scores slightly lower is because that time to implement. Because it includes that extra feature of, hey, we need to get Littleton on board with this. And I said the same thing to Littleton when I talked to them. I said, you got to get Inglewood on board with this. So it's the same score for both of you. You guys have to come to an agreement that this will be best for the both of you if you wanted to do it. But likely, just like with the first one, neither city would likely benefit financially any more than the first option. And really, there's not the intention in this, at least the way we pulled this together, that you would somehow benefit financially from this in terms of, say, higher rates, higher cash flow, operating income, that kind of thing. The financial benefits that you receive from it have to do with changing the balance sheet. So these things, the assets and the liabilities and the future obligations, these go to a special district. They're no longer part of the city's remit. They become the remit of the special district. And along those lines, something we haven't talked about up to this point is you change the governance structure in all of this. There's a board of directors involved. This city council isn't involved. You're going to have a different group. And, you can set up in the service plan exactly how you want to lay out, if you're going to have wards, for example, in your special district where you're going to have people who represent certain sections of the cities. You could do that, I think, in your service plan and maybe get that approved. But at any rate, the decision-making transfers to the board of this special district rather than from the city. So that's a big shift too. I like to, when I talked with Littleton about that, the thing that I talk about in that kind of structure is you're looking at what seems like dilution sometimes. So your decision-making authority, yours as this city council, gets diluted or changed altogether to go to the special district. And depending on how you set up how the district is organized in terms of, whether you have wards or not, the ability to affect decision-making could be reduced all the way to zero for this council and for their council. You've got the all-in approach. This one is the most expansive of all. It would include all Littleton, Englewood, and all the special connectors, all the district connectors. It's going to require the most approvals. I counted 4 county commissions in this. Equity payments from the district, still a possibility. We talked about that discrepancy. It would exist for you. It does exist for Littleton. That would need to be addressed one way or the other. But this one, I think, I've got this scored a little bit higher because of the potential for those cash flows, but the time to implement's slow. This one probably takes the longest of all of them. So what does that leave us with? It's a mixed bag. I wouldn't put a whole lot of weight into these scores. Like I said, it really can't be said enough that these are scores that I assigned to these things. First of all, I also didn't weight them. So we didn't go through that exercise with you or with Littleton about which of these things are important to you and which of them aren't. We just straight across scored these the best we could based on the features that we saw there and tried to make them relative to one another just to give you an idea of what we were looking at. So I wouldn't put too much weight in that, C ranks as a 25 versus a 27 or something like that. I think what you should take away from it is that they're all pretty close. They all rank fairly close. But when you dive in a little bit in terms of the categories of scoring, you can see some of those differences that might be important to you. For instance, if I'm looking at C and I think that one's good, I might say, okay, that's really good in terms of transferring all the assets and liabilities over, and the time to implement seems pretty fast on that. That's better than B all by itself if the time to implement is important to you. So you can use that for what it's worth. But that's really where we ended up with this. There wasn't a whole lot more from this. It was really just meant to be an exercise to take a look at what's out there. What does that universe look like? What are some of my options? And coming away from it, there was really nothing from Littleton that said, hey, we definitely want to go with A, B, C, D, or any of those. Really what I'm doing right now with Littleton is looking at doing some upgrades on their connector agreements. And that's about it for now. So I'm happy to stand for questions. I think that's all I've got.
I'd like to add just a couple other things, if you want to leave it on that one too. So I think if you go back to why Littleton was interested in looking at this, there are some aspects that weren't part of Jason's charge to look at, which is future liabilities relative to regulations. So we know that there are a number of things coming down the pike, whether it be temperature, whether it be nutrients, and now the most recent of which is PFAS. PFAS, like I said at the joint council meeting, we don't have that in our plans right now because we don't even know what to plan for yet. All indications is whatever it becomes, it's going to be expensive. That's what we're looking at. And so when you look at a city the size of Englewood or the city the size of Littleton having the responsibility of such a large regional organization, it can flip the liability in a way that puts a higher liability burden on the smaller entities as opposed to the larger entity. Usually when you look at an entity that has connector agreements, it's usually the entity is the larger one and then there are smaller connections. This model's flipped. If you really look at Englewood by itself, Englewood has the responsibility to administer the plant, and the population of Englewood's about 35 plus or minus 1,000 people. The population served by South Platte Renew is 300,000. So it's a 10-to-1 almost ratio of responsibility administered through a small city, and that can present different challenges than what were in Jason's analysis. And so really there's, when Littleton talked to Jason about this, it was more of a, what are the options? And I think that's what he's come up with. These are 6 options. There's probably dozens more different options that we could potentially look at if there's interest in it. But you have to start with something. And so when you look at the options that he analyzed, and then start to consider some of those broader context issues, it can, there can be validity either way, to either leaving it the way it is or looking at pulling it out from underneath the 2 cities as a liability and responsibility, especially given, that the future is just becoming more and more difficult as it relates to wastewater regulations. So I think that's just the last piece, that there are broader aspects to this than what maybe are in the report that are, if we do decide, if this city, if Englewood or if Littleton or Englewood and Littleton jointly decide to further look at this, there's a much more broader contextual analysis of this as well.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Mumm, for the presentation. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mumm, who do your allegiance lie with, Littleton or Englewood, on this? I mean, you are hired by Littleton, correct?
I've been hired by both entities.
The thing that frustrates me tremendously is we had a partner that should have come to us first and talked to us about doing this together jointly instead of forcing us into this. And I am very troubled by that. Our forefathers made this plan for a reason. The ratepayers are going to be hurt whatever way we go, because if we form a special district, all of the expenses are going to be passed on to the ratepayers. And I am opposed to this mainly because of the way this happened. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And actually, Director or Mr. Mumm, I believe both cities are just doing their due diligence. I have not heard from Littleton that they've made a decision on which way to go. But I think the reason why we brought this up today was because of the joint session that we had in July. It did get brought up at the end of the meeting. I asked members of council whether or not they wanted to bring this as part of the agenda. And obviously, there was at least 4 of us that wanted to at least talk about it. So, City Manager Lewis, do you want to go ahead and weigh in on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will note that the city manager of Littleton, as I mentioned to you all before, did let me know that Littleton had just completed this analysis after it had been done. That's the previous city manager. And at that time, he informed me that there was no movement or interest from the commission, or not a majority of his board, to move forward with pursuing any of these options. It wasn't until Member Russell brought this up at council that council decided that they wanted to potentially look at this. It came up again at the joint meeting with the city council. But I will mention Littleton has been glad to offer to bill us for half of the study, and if we were interested. But I say that in jest because they weren't serious about that. But I'm just saying, if we want true allegiances to both cities, we could just pay them for half of the cost.
Thank you, City Manager. Member Anderson or Director, did you want to
well,
weigh in as well?
I think the thing on this, and I understand the concern as it relates to allegiances. This doesn't have an allegiance to any organization, because it's the same analysis whether it's the city of Littleton or the city of Englewood. It's really just looking at what are the options out there. It's not recommending or saying this is what you should do or this is what you should do. It's really just gathering information and data to be able to start to decide, is this something that the 2 cities should look for? Like Jason said, we have other contracts that we work with FCS Group jointly with Littleton on to do things together on this. I think this was just a question among my understanding is this was just a question among their council, and they asked within their city, can you just explain to us what the options are? And then their recommendation out of that was well, can we now take this and talk to Littleton? And I was at that meeting representing South Platte Renew, and I hope that there's I hope that I can help to reiterate that there's no recommendation out of this report. It's really just giving data of options, and whether it's Littleton or Englewood, it's all pretty neutral.
Mr. Ramon, did you want anything?
No, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
You know, I've worked in this Front Range area for 30 years. I know all of these utilities and all of these entities. I work for a lot of them, and I don't think there's any conflict of interest here. As far as I could see, if there was, I would have brought it up and would have excused myself from one portion or another. But really, it's just take a look at the information we have. It's up to you what you want to do and go forward with.
Thank you, Mr. Mum. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mum. Thank you, Director Van Rye. My question is regarding you mentioned the future obligations and liabilities of the regulatory environment, which it seems like ownership, the owners are the ones that are liable for those things. So change of ownership structure would be kind of the only way of offloading those liabilities. I guess I see some other potential reasons to consider this, the administrative burden, or are there financial costs to Englewood, or costs to from interdepartment services provided? Can you talk about some of those other issues that maybe wouldn't require a change in ownership to help deal with, or would that be required?
Yeah, I think so the efficiency that comes with, so let's say South Platte Renew splits off and is no longer administered by the city of Englewood. Then the city of Englewood at that point in time can focus its city government efforts on other core services outside of wastewater treatment. And so then wastewater treatment becomes a different board to help administer, all the needs of a wastewater treatment perspective. I think the other piece of this is it pulls I don't know what the landscape is going to look like in the future. In terms of from a regulatory perspective, it's just becoming more and more challenging, and there are going to be rate pressures that we don't necessarily have modeled, because, like I said, on PFAS we're not exactly sure, which then leads to much more difficult decisions on rate increases as we start to implement those models. And so it's the kind of thing that can be pulled out from this council needing to be on the hook for those, to put it to a district that's specifically focused on just addressing that one problem, which then can help the council focus on running the city. So there's some of that. I think when you look at some of the other models, so for B and D, the challenge with those models are you decentralize decision-making control. So if you have all 20 or all 19 connector districts in 2 cities, now you have basically 21 entities that have equal voting power or equal implementation power for what happens with the South Platte Renew. If you keep it to Model C, then that core decision-making responsibility still rests with the 2 cities who are the owners. So the ownership moves out from underneath the municipal aspect of the city into a specific district, but the decision-making is still centralized with the 2 cities who are the core owners today. And so I think, I don't know if that answered all of your question or answered a little bit. I kind of went a little bit broader.
Yeah, I think that was helpful. I guess I wanted to understand a little bit more. What are the actual costs in operations wise to the city government? What the staff outside of South Platte Renew staff, but what are we offloading if we were to do a special district other than just the liabilities?
I think you lose focused efficiency. And so if you think about South Platte Renew as a percentage of total city employees, and Sean, if you want to jump on this, if I start getting too far over my skis on this. But I think if South Platte Renew represents about a fifth of the full-time employee population, a fifth to between a quarter and a fifth. And so if that burden on all the centralized city services is removed and becomes its own entity, then that allows the remaining aspects of the city to be more efficiently served, because, like, for example, HR is not spending a whole bunch of time working with the needs of South Platte Renew. Even though those needs are charged back, there's a loss of efficiency because of that lack of focus, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But it seems to me that if it was split off, then all those services would still need to be provided, and so then would whatever the special district is now have its own HR department, and how would that impact the ratepayers?
Yeah, so there would be, having not done this analysis in detail, I'm gonna shoot from the hip here a little bit. So there are some core services that we would have to bring in-house that are right now run through the city of Englewood. I would see likely an HR representative. We'd probably be looking at one increase of one person for HR. We already have an in-house IT person specifically at South Platte Renew. We have actually another approved vacancy right now that we haven't filled because we haven't found the right type of candidate, and two, we haven't had enough of an overriding need for it. But so we have that factored in right now. Legal, we already have outside legal counsel, so we would probably just lean more heavily on that outside legal counsel. Financial support, we have in-house. We already have in-house business solutions department, which looks at the finances of things. So there will be some things, but I think because it goes back to focus. So if the focus is on one thing, then you can be more efficient in terms of the execution of it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Director, I have a question, and then Member Noonan-Kemp, you get the next one. So what I'm trying to understand is, like, what is the risk to Englewood? So you were using the PFAS regulation that's upcoming. If that regulation occurs, one way or another, we're going to have to figure out how to, bring ourselves into compliance for that. So let's say right now our total obligations right now is $70 million without the PFAS. It jumps up to $100 million because of PFAS. Just throwing out numbers out there. Is there a risk that some of the connector districts would, if there's a price increase over and above what they're willing to pay, would they happen to leave? And so that $350,000 number of ratepayers, could that potentially decrease? And that's the risk to Englewood, is that we're picking up a bigger chunk of the liabilities? Or I'm just trying to understand, what is the true cost to Englewood, or true risk to Englewood?
So the likelihood that a connector district can leave is very, very, very low. And the reason why is because a lot of it comes down to the state. The state's not going to, all indications are, I'm not going to say absolutes on this, but all indications are that the state would never approve a decentralization of wastewater treatment. If anything, their goal is to get it more centralized because they want less wastewater treatment plants out there. And frankly, any one of these smaller districts, to build a brand new plant to handle wastewater treatment, to then handle all the regulatory drivers of that new treatment that we would face as a large entity, gaining economies of scale of, that would be far more expensive than whatever rates that we would push, that we would translate to them. So the likelihood that a connector district is going to leave, I think, is low, almost zero. I would call it zero, but we don't deal in absolutes, and so it's as close to zero as I think possible. So then what the risk becomes, it's not necessarily a risk. It's it's a focusing, again, I keep going back to this idea of focus. So it focuses the board that would administer potentially significant rate increases would be the only ones responsible for publicly administering those significant rate increases, which provides some protection, I guess, from you all relative to everything else that you lead the city on, such that it doesn't become this one issue that people raise as a challenge to your leadership of the city. So I think that's part of what the advantage would be to it is if there's a district board, their whole focus is just on the wastewater treatment plant. And how you set that up, like Jason said, you can set that up to still retain a lot of city influence over that, but gain the benefit of not necessarily having significant potential rate increases muddy up the work of the rest of the city as it relates to what this council is doing for the city.
That makes sense, Director. Thank you. Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. First, if we're in a situation where Littleton decides to go forward and do a special district within their boundaries and we decide not to, what is the impact on being the one who doesn't? Is there an impact? How would that change our experience as the status quo?
I don't think it would change. I don't think it would really change anything because they would translate their joint venture partner away from being City of Littleton to Littleton Wastewater District. Would you interpret it that way?
I think that's right. You basically have a lot of the same people at the table with a different name tent. You know, they're going to have a different organization on their end that's separate from the city itself, but all of their rights and obligations under this joint venture agreement would remain in place, so they would not escape any of those.
And the liability would remain unchanged as well for
Yeah,
us.
I mean, it wouldn't be with the city of Littleton, it would be with this district,
Right.
but in terms of what your impacts would be, your impacts are going to be unchanged from that.
That's helpful, thank you. And then just drilling down a little bit more to brass tacks, I appreciate the really helpful clarity on what it would mean for liability going forward if we were to create this, removing the liability from the city, issues of focus, issues of rate increases. Can you speak in clear terms, what's the benefit to keeping it, right? Obviously there's decision making, but if we also could kind of have a lot of decision making if we were to do this joint special district, what is the clear benefit for the status quo and the con for moving forward with the special district? Zoom out a little bit.
So initially control. So the control would still rest with this body and City of Littleton. So you would be the policy drivers for what happens at South Platte Renew. I think in terms of there are smaller benefits of this process will take time and it'll cost money and it'll take staff time. So if you keep a status quo, then you don't have to do any of that. I think really the current model is a good model, but it also does present challenges as well. I think one of the challenges that I didn't necessarily talk about, but it's one that we wrestle with is maintaining competitiveness with equal size organizations. And so when we're administered through a smaller city, but we're the third largest wastewater treatment authority in the state, when we're trying to recruit people and we're trying to maintain parity with Metro Wastewater and Colorado Springs Wastewater, which are these large entities, it can sometimes present a bit of a challenge in terms of competitiveness and recruitment and retention of talent. I think we've done a good job from a culture perspective and from an organizational creating an organizational benefit beyond just the compensation package and things like that. But in reality, that's a real issue thing that we wrestle with is who we compete with, and it's hard to it's where it becomes a challenge when it's a small city running a large entity and that disparity that it can create.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I want to piggyback on that a little bit. As I heard you talk about that, I think what I got from it was if we made a change like this, we would see the city itself as an entity lose some control, if not all, of the plant operation. But the plant itself as an entity would gain more autonomy, which could potentially be beneficial to the population it serves.
I think that's an accurate summary, yes.
And I have to admit that anytime somebody talks about erecting a new layer of government, I start to get a little nervous. And the way I see this, we have a responsibility that's in front of us right now. And that responsibility seems to be growing over time with increased regulatory pressure from above. But the disconnect I'm having is similar to what Member Russell was making reference to. Are we shirking our responsibility as a city? Because the people we serve are the ones who have to pay the bills, regardless of who's in charge of the plant. And that's really all they care about, is that their toilets move in one direction and that the plant is managed and how much money comes out of their pocketbook every month to make sure that their toilet only moves in one direction. So I guess what I'm having trouble grasping is how the population that we currently serve would be better served potentially by erecting this new layer of government and transferring Inglewood's responsibility to that new entity, whatever it might be.
I'm going to take a shot on this one. So, in terms of a response, I think again it goes back to two things. Let me start with the model works. The joint venture model has worked for 40 years and it still works. I think the reason for looking at it was because there are a number of unknowns that are out there in the future that could present difficult decisions for this council or a future council. And by moving those decisions out from underneath this body into a body that's specifically tasked with just addressing those types of decisions, you get a more focused decision-making body on that one aspect. It's much like, Metro Wastewater represents essentially the rest of the metro area. It's a couple million customers. And they have a board of all their city representatives because there's one entity that's centralized that manages all those aspects on behalf of all of those cities. So I think the benefit is it removes this burden and liability out from underneath the city council, so that the city council can focus on a more focused set of issues, and moves what's a really technical, significant potential cost burden into a body that is solely focused on that one charge of managing that. How there's a connection between this council and that body is something that can be evaluated as part of, if you were to set it up, you could set it up in a multitude of different ways that allow this body to retain influential control over what occurs in the district. But those are all details that would come as you start to look at what would make sense.
I think you've just made a pretty compelling argument for potentially taking the next steps. One of the questions I do have relative to that is the governance model for a special district. As I understand it, special districts are generally made up of elected boards. So you would potentially have, a board of X number of people who were elected, who are just lay people like me and anyone else on this body, trying to understand the technicalities of running a sewer plant. Now, they would be single-handedly focused on that one task, which I think is a great argument, but no more experts than we are.
I think that's accurate. Yeah,
Okay.
that is true. You would look at, it would be represented by the citizenry. So So let's say it was option C and you had the city of Englewood and city of Littleton as equal owner, still equal owners. You could set it up similar to how the joint venture set up right now. And this is not what we would suggest. This is just an idea. Is you had 3 representatives from each city. That's your board. And when there's a need for a tiebreaker, you bring in an independent third party as the tiebreaker. And so that's the way the joint venture is set up. It's 2 and 2 with the supervisory committee. And then if there's ever a disagreement, there's never been a disagreement in 40 years where they've had to bring in the tiebreaker. And so you could still maintain that equal ownership control of the entity within the citizenry of the 2 owners today, and then have an elected board or similar be focused on that one issue. And it would be, like you said, it would be people from the community.
So just take one step back, because
Sure.
you said you could still have equal representation among the 2 entities. Is that based on the makeup of the board? Like the Englewood City Council would be ceding control to this board potentially if that was what we
Yeah, no, I
decided
meant
to do.
between the 2 cities. So the 2 cities would have still have equal owners, equal influence and direction through their elected representatives to that district. So Littleton wouldn't get more power and Englewood wouldn't get more power. It'd still remain 50-50, much like the joint venture.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So we are an enterprise fund, correct? Which you have a certain level of autonomy from the city anyway. I mean, we make the final decisions, but everything is run through the enterprise fund. And I guess what I would like to suggest, I've been on council for 7 years. There have always been regulations. They're always increasing. And that is what staff has done, is figured out, and I've been incredibly pleased with you thinking outside of the box to deal with those. I guess what I'm having trouble with in this whole thing is that we are a dinky little city of 34,000 people, and why should we have control of such a big wastewater treatment plant? It's kind of like, I think that we had forefathers that foresaw the opportunity to do this. With risk, there is also the ability for abundant gain. If you don't risk anything, you don't gain anything. And so I guess, Director Van Rye, if we relinquish to one of these options, are you still going to have a job?
Great question. Yes. No, I mean, I think all of that, I think that really comes down to, how if there's an interest to further look at this, all those questions would be things that would need to be addressed. I think that, how it's organized, how it's run, its financials. Right now, the South Platte Renew is a line item on the 2 enterprise funds from the 2 cities. And so we would, which is if you look at the sewer enterprise fund budget, the bulk of that budget is the payment to fund South Platte Renew. And so you'd move that off the balance sheet. So you'd move that liability, but you'd also move that revenue off of the balance sheet, and then the sewer enterprise fund would become much smaller and just dedicated to the collection system. So I think there's a number of unknowns that would need to be understood as this progressed. I think from my perspective, it's, my job is to bring forward what was the best information so that you all can make the best decisions. And I would hope that out of something like this, I would end up with a job at the end of it. But if the answer is maybe not, then we'll deal with that at that point in time, I guess. But it's a detailed question that I don't know that we have an answer to right now. But I think that would all be things that if the council wanted to move forward with looking at this, and if the 2 councils wanted to move forward with looking at this jointly, then there's a multitude of answers that would need to be understood on this. I think this is about a 3-year process if we started today. So it's not like this just happens in 6 months.
So I guess my question is, the ratepayers in both Littleton and Inglewood have financed this joint venture, and they've paid a lot of money for this. Do they get a vote in this whole thing, or just two councils decide what we're gonna do?
No, I think if you go back to what Jason laid out there, this only happens by a vote of the people. And so if it becomes option C, where it's Littleton and Englewood, the last step in that slide he had, is a vote of the people. Once you get through all the things set up, the last step is an election. And so the community would have to say, yes, this is a good idea.
And the one thing that I would like to make certain of is that neither city governments, Littleton or Inglewood, would get a dime of the money from the sale. It would all go back to the ratepayers that have funded this.
Yeah, and I don't, there's not really a sale to this. It's more of a transition. It's a transfer of assets and liabilities out from underneath the general city government into a district. It's not like it gets sold and then sent to somewhere else. We still have all the financial
Right,
requirements.
so we're just transferring our assets. We've spent a lot of money for this, and here, you have the special district, you can just have it.
Yeah, and the special district is the two cities. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's still the two cities. It's just a different, it's just a different governance within the two cities. And so it's not like it transfers it out of the city of Englewood. It just moves it out from general city government into a district model.
One of the ways to look at it would be that the equity that your ratepayers have goes with it. So they're not losing anything in this. At least that's the way that we have it here is you got assets, you got liabilities, A minus B equals equity. That comes with it. And so your customers lose none of that. That's different. You know, we crossed off the option that said sale to a private third party. If you looked at it under that lens, one of the reasons we crossed it off was someone comes in and potentially buys it, and it takes a lot of assumptions to get to even that point, right? But let's just go with that for a second. That equity then becomes their equity. And then when they turn around and they go to set rates, guess who's not going to get credit for that? It's your ratepayers. So they're going to end up paying for that acquisition even after they've already made all of that investment in the system that you've already had. That's why that got crossed off the list. It doesn't make much sense that way. So regulatory commissions, presumably there'd be one involved in that case. They're going to allow them to recover that acquisition premium, they call it. It'd be amortized over time. Ratepayers would be on the hook for it, but not in this organization, not in the special district versions that we've put up here today.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go to Member Woodward, then Member Anderson, if we could just wrap up this conversation in terms of whether or not we want to look at this further, if you want to weigh in on that, Member Woodward.
Well, I'll start out with that. I don't want to look at this any further. That would be my choice. And going back to the initial presentation, when we got the Littleton letter, what I heard was that they weren't interested in proceeding. Whether that was said or not, that's what I heard. A couple of my questions would be, we are permitted for 50 million gallons per day. Is that how the
That's
state?
correct. Yep.
And currently we're at 25 million,
No, currently our average flow is under 20.
under 20.
Yep.
So we are underutilizing the plant by 30,000 or 30 million gallons per day. As I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when this plant was built, the idea was the expansion of the metro area, specifically to the south, southwest and southeast, would pick up a lot of that wastewater treatment. So as we continue to expand, we will be picking up, hopefully, those other sewer lines. Currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, citizens in the city of Inglewood pay less than one of somebody else, let's say Cherry Hills, Bomar, wherever, one of the other connectors. Because we are the owners, it's our plant. Same thing with Littleton. If we did something and were with all these other connectors, citizens in Inglewood would, day one, probably see an increase in their wastewater treatment rates. Would I be correct in assuming that?
So I think it depends on what the equity contribution that Jason talked about from the connector districts turns out to be. I think that the reason why, if you go back to, can you go back to the slide of the summary of the options? So I think the reason C is one that C mimics the structure as it is today in a way that protects exactly from the concern that you have. So the city, we went through that whole outside city customer analysis about a little over a year ago. We changed the rates. We incorporated what is a process by which we can charge for our ownership of we can translate the charge of ownership to those connector districts. If you move this into a district, none of that would change. So you'd still have that same translation, because you'd still have a core owner, which is the two cities, now just in a district boundary as opposed to a municipal boundary, and the same connector districts. If you went with the other options that include incorporating the connector districts, then that change, you lose power for decision making, you decentralize power outside the two cities, which, to the point of the forefathers put this together, and the two cities have borne the burden of this organization for 40 years. That doesn't go away with C. It just translates the governance model out of general government to a district that it has the same boundary as the two cities. And so that wouldn't, the rate translation would go right with that. That's why the option C is one of the options is the most similar to what we have today.
Okay. Although I would think that the district would want to see increases from a business point of view on that. Our equity, utilizing our equity over the next, it would probably be 40 years before the ratepayers in Inglewood and Littleton would come out even on that.
Well, I think when we set rates, we have to base them on cost of service. So we can't set a profit in rates. And so it goes the same approach to setting rates is the costs of running the place are how we establish those rates, which then get charged to the customers. In the option C model, the two owners are still the boundary of the two cities, so the citizens of Littleton and the citizens of Englewood, and the connector districts are still paying based on that analysis that we brought last year that allows the owners to capture that value of ownership.
Okay, I didn't see that. I wasn't here last year for that, so. My feeling is the same, though. I personally don't feel supportive of moving forward any further with this. I don't really see the benefits to the citizens of Inglewood. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question about special districts. Are the directors of a special district elected on a ballot just like any other representative, or is there other ways of appointing them, or how does that work with a special district?
I'm going to defer to you on this one.
Well, in every case I've ever seen, board members are elected.
Okay.
There are situations where they're elected by what I called wards before, where you can kind of divide it up in that fashion. More often than not, the ones I see in Colorado are at large, but I don't believe it has to be that way. But that'd be a question for your attorney rather than me. I'm just telling you what I've seen from my experience.
Okay. So I'll just weigh in. I don't particularly personally relish the idea of losing control of something that the city has control over, but I do find the efficiency argument compelling, at least enough to look into it. The idea that this would be one less thing that the city council has to spend our time on, and staff in other ways have to spend their time on, and we could be more focused on business of the city in other ways. I mean, the South Platte Renew is a massive operation, and I think there's an argument that it could use its own, it deserves its own elected board potentially at some level that is focused just on managing that operation and not having it mixed up with all the other operations of the city. So to that extent, I'm definitely not sold on it, but I'd be okay with taking next steps. I don't really like the idea of doing it apart from Littleton. If they want to, if they're interested in doing it and we want to do it, it'd be great if we move forward together. And I think it was the option C kind of model. And I actually don't have a problem with exploring the option D model where we pull in the connector districts as long as there's a financial upside for us. It makes sense to me to have anybody served by the wastewater treatment plant have a voice in the process of the wastewater treatment plant if they want to buy into it. So I wouldn't be opposed to that option as well, but only if there's if they're willing to buy into ownership of it. But I guess I'll leave it there. I'm okay with taking next steps.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Councilman Anderson captured my sentiments. I would only be comfortable moving forward on something like this if we were moving forward with our partners from Littleton. To do it separately just seems like a bad step to me. So I think we might need to have a conversation with them. I'm generally about exploring ideas. I'm comfortable exploring this. I'm not saying that I'm going to adopt it, but I want to make sure that I have enough information to make an informed decision. What I've heard so far today indicates that it's worth exploring further. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Noonekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll weigh in and echo the sentiments of my colleagues to say that I'd like some time to think about it, and I'm definitely not a no, and I'm also not, this sounds like the greatest thing ever. I think what would be helpful for me is to know, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that I would want to do it only if Littleton also wanted to do it, but if there's any way we could better quantify what this would mean for the city, right? How much staff time does this really save? How many, what is the real kind of liability we're talking about that we would potentially transfer away from the city into this new district? Some of the data pieces that I think right now we've been more general, because that's, where the conversation is at. But drilling down on some of the data would be helpful, I think, for next steps if we want to take it that direction. I'm definitely open to continuing the conversation, but need some time.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Russell, are you still a no? I know you started off the conversation with the no, but. And Member Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, Member Noonekamp, it sounds like it's a yes if Littleton wanted to explore this conversation. It's not yes, let's talk about it more, but it's more of if Littleton's interested in bringing this topic up to the next step, then we will entertain that discussion. Am I understanding that correctly, Member Noonekamp?
To be clear, a yes to have the conversation, not a yes that I want to do it.
Exactly, yes.
But if they're not going to, then that's an immediate gating factor for me.
But if Littleton was not interested in having the conversation, then no around. But Member Anderson?
Yeah, I would say, I think that you've captured it accurately there, that if I don't want to be like dependent on them, whatever they want to do, we want to do. But, if we have 4 people who are interested in continuing to explore it and they likewise do, then that's where I would be interested in it.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and I would say absent Littleton's consent for further discussion is a complete non-starter to me.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll weigh in. I'm a no on this. To me, it does sound like I guess what I was trying to understand here is, have we become a burden to the decision-making process of South Platte or not moving forward? It doesn't sound like we've gotten to that point yet. I guess I would add the caveat, if Littleton does want to have the conversations, I'll have the conversations, but to me, it's still a big hill for us to climb in order for us to change away from this ownership model. I just don't see the need for it at this point, but I'll be happy to have the conversation if Littleton wants to continue to go down that route, at least to explore it a little bit further. So, Member Wink, did you want to weigh in at all in terms of, go ahead, Member Wink.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I do feel, thank you. I do feel that the points raised and echoed by Member Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, and Ward and Member Noonan-Kemp are exactly as I'm thinking as well. I don't see the cause to move on this at this point. As
Thank
is.
you, thank you, Member Wink. Director, did that give you enough clarity in terms of where we stand? That was
Ye-
4-3, so.
I guess I would say, you want me to turn it over to you? I think that, so the next steps would be, the way this was left when we last talked with Littleton on this was, two mayors, two city managers chatted about it and decided how to move forward. Do we want to do the same kind of thing again? Does that sound good?
Well, keep in mind, the discussion that I had with the mayor of Littleton was one sentence. We're having this discussion. That was basically it. So it wasn't much of a deep discussion at all. But city manager, was there anything you wanted to add?
Just that I think we have direction for me to inform the city manager of Littleton that if Littleton City Council would like to discuss this further, that the City of Inglewood City Council is open to that discussion.
And that would be just further analysis, not
Correct.
any, just more detailed analysis about what it would look like.
Not to option
potentially.
C or D
Yeah.
or right.
Yep, got it.
right.
Got it.
No, that sounds good. Mr. Mum, thank you very much for joining us tonight and for the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Director Van Rye, you're up still with the next agenda item, which is the Customer Assistance Program administered by the Arapahoe County for utility bill assistance. So,
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. So the next item, I have Deputy Director Stone with me tonight, just to go through the customer assistance program that we put in place a couple years ago when we were talking about rates and just some of the data around that to get some direction on how to move forward. So I'm going to turn this over to Sarah to provide the initial discussion, and then we can go from there.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing this tonight. So I've just got a very quick update on the Customer Assistance Program and its usage by City of Inglewood residents. So it is administered by Arapahoe County. The eligibility requirements are a customer must have an income of 80%, less than 80% of the area median income. And a proof of human services such as SNAP or Medicaid can be used as a substitute for that. And then a current eviction notice is now required. That's a new requirement since September 1st because the program is running out of funds. So I contacted the administrator of Arapahoe County for this program and asked them how many residents have been using this over the last couple of years. And 3 residents accessed this program in 2021, 7 residents accessed it in 2022. Because funds are limited, this program is set to end in early 2023. So we did want to come and get your thoughts tonight about either extending some type of program through the city or other options that we can evaluate for utility bill assistance. So in 2021, when this was originally brought to council, these were some of the discussion items. Developing a city program, what might those eligibility requirements look like, what the funding source would be, and how that's administered. So
I think the thing that was most surprising to me was how little this is being accessed. And it's there, it's available, and it's just not being utilized. And so so we had no idea at the time we were setting this up what the demand was going to be. But with 3 in 2021 and 7 in 2022, I think we can see that it's a fairly low demand.
Thank you, Director. Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you. I mean, we did have some idea. I remember being on the Water Sewer Board, and we almost seemed to have relatively consistent feedback or requests or appeal from citizenry saying, first of all, because we were doing the fee and rate study and knowing where we needed to adjust our rates based on non-adjusting over 40, et cetera, years. But individuals, maybe even outside that, just explained a need for it. It seemed like there was, look, we didn't run any scientific studies, but I do think you had reason for doing it. I'm surprised, really surprised. And of course, the low-hanging fruit question, which is annoying, probably is, I mean, what have we done to publicize? To what degree have we reached out? I mean, have we really reached all the citizens that may have needed this with enough time and with enough access? I hate to dog you with those questions, but we tend to want to know that because I know they're out there. They came to us and said it. We had 3 and 7. Okay, is that really it?
Yeah, I think that's the thing that was surprising to us because when we were going through that significant rate resetting and adjustment, and we wanted to make sure that if this was going to be a significant shock to our customers, that we had something available for them, and to see that the utilization is so low. I'll talk to Sarah. We did send this out a lot from in terms of trying to get the public aware of it. But if you want to talk about maybe what we did.
Yeah, absolutely. So anytime a customer calls and lets us know that they're struggling to pay their bill, we absolutely direct them to this program, and it's on our website. It's continually communicated through any communications that we do to send out rate adjustments over the last couple of years. So.
Quick follow-up. And this is my lacking. What's the threshold for support that they can get in the time frame in which it takes to?
So they can get full payment of their water and sewer bill. Actually, their entire utility.
Could be
bill.
huge. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Anderson, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it's been utilized. I mean, I was a big advocate for this program, and so it's kind of a shock to see the numbers that low. Do we have any idea what we would attribute that to? Is it an onerous process to apply for this funding? Is there anything that could be simplified on that end, or is it just this is not a priority for people, or what do you have any clues on that?
So like any process like this, I think there's some amount of onerousness to it. Probably because you want to make sure you're getting
Helping
the right people so that
Mm-hmm.
people aren't taking advantage of it. I don't know that it's any more it's similar to the LEAP, the LEAP program, which is the low income for heating, and so it's not a dissimilar process to what's already out there for people to access county resources because it's the same
Mm-hmm.
group. So we didn't invent some new process. This is pure speculation, but part of it could be that we still actually have comparably very low rates. Our water and sewer rates in comparison on the Front Range are pretty still in the lower tier. And so it just might not be enough of a driver for people to want to go through that process to get that kind of relief.
What was I don't remember what was the relief? What was a certain percentage or total payment of the bill?
It was total for their bill.
For water and sewer?
And sewer.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all my questions.
I think Sarah, and also Sarah made a really good point. It's anytime someone was having trouble struggling with their bill, we pointed them in this direction and said, there's money available. And to have such a low amount of people actually follow through once we we individually point them in the direction, is really, it was surprising, actually. Frankly, I was shocked by the numbers.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Did I hear you correctly that one of the qualifications is to have a current eviction notice?
So that's a new requirement that was added in September, and that is because the funds are running out, and so they're trying to make it available for those that need it most.
Okay,
So that's, yeah, so that has not been in place, for the last 2 years. It's only been over the last couple months.
but we're still talking about a population here that would be using likely food stamps or some other similar government benefit already.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell, then Member Woodward.
Thank you. So I know that I asked this question before, I just don't remember the answer about the delinquency rate on water and sewer bills. And is any of that tied to the fact that people can't afford it? Do you know the answer to that?
I do know the answer to that. Yeah, so as of September 30th, and that was the council request that we answered, the delinquency rate is less than 1% of utility customers. So there are accounts that we will make special payment arrangements for. If they call and say they're struggling to pay, we will give them extra time before they're shut off for non-payment. So that's typically where it stands. I think it was 0.7% of the number of accounts. I guess I don't have any other data on that other than to say that, we will work with customers as we can to make payment arrangements to keep them off that shut-off list.
Okay, thank you. And now I do remember, I was really surprised about how low the delinquency rate was.
Right. Well, and as you'll recall, we've resumed shut-offs in February, and so there was a substantial number of customers that had not paid over the COVID timeframe because we weren't shutting off. And so it has been several months of, getting to that delinquency amount down because we reinstated shut-offs.
Thank
And
you.
actually, what we found out with that was that there were a number of people that were just making a financial decision because there was no downside to not paying it, so they just didn't pay it. And then as soon as we said we'll shut you off, they cleared up their bill. And so there's definitely an incentive through the shut-off process that took those delinquency rates and that accounts receivable number and brought it down significantly.
All right, thank you very much.
Member Woodward?
Member Russell had my question regarding delinquencies, but I do want to acknowledge too, I remember seeing, it seemed like in 2020, quite often in the water bills, mention of this program. So I think it was out there. It was more than just social media. It was in the bills and stuff. So less than 1% is pretty amazing when you consider, I don't know how many water accounts there are in Inglewood, but
There's 11,000 accounts and we have 10. So I don't know what that percentage, I can't do that math.
yeah,
It's point something.
yeah, 0.0 something.
Last time I did math here, I got it wrong.
All right, thank you.
Member Nunekamp.
Get ready, I have a math question. This is broad, but do you have a sense of maybe how many times you referred someone to the program versus 10? Do you think, are we talking about, a huge disproportion?
I would say it's a huge disproportion.
Okay.
I mean, it flat out, whenever we get that statement, we can't pay our bill, it is, okay, please, go to the county website. This is where you need to go. We have billing staff that have offered to fill out, help fill out applications and such. So we are getting it out there as much as we can and did over this period of time. I think it is just that extra step that folks either need to take or they can pay their bills and just are seeing, what we can offer.
Yeah. Okay, it's helpful. Thank you.
So I guess just a question. So the residents that we're showing here, those are Inglewood residents. It's not how many Arapahoe counties have, but it's Inglewood. Okay. So what is the plan if Arapahoe County is doing away with it? The 7 residents that are currently utilizing it for 2022, the average bill is what, $70, $75, $80?
Yeah, it's actually 60, it's
Okay.
63, I think.
So you're roughly looking at about $800, $900 a year. So is there another program that we kind of thought about in terms of the city if we wanted to try to do this on our own? And I'm sure it's going to involve staff, resources, and stuff like that, but anything else that we thought of?
Well, really, it's one of the reasons why we're here tonight is to go over what the usage is, and then how much staff time do we want to dedicate to standing up a program for something that has such low utilization. One of the things we could look at is the seven people who are utilizing this, some kind of an extension all the way in through next year. Since they've already qualified through Arapahoe County, we can look at some kind of a continuation of that. And at that point in time, we don't have a specific line item in the budget right now, but I think it's something that we could easily absorb for such a low amount. If we start to want to look at a broader program, then we'd have to look at, it's all the same questions we had a couple of years ago, which is funding considerations, how we staff it, how we manage it, what the application process is, things like that. So in the short term, one possibility is that we reach out to the 7 that are currently using it and extend it for them we could extend it for up to a year, or whatever the council thinks is an appropriate time frame. And then as we start to see, if we start to see an uptick in people who are struggling to pay their bill, then maybe we come back and look at, potentially another program. One of the ways that you can fund this program, especially if it's such a low utilization rate, is have a checkbox on the bill that says, would you like to donate for, people in need? That's one way that other entities have these types of programs, is everybody else donates money, and then that goes into a pot of money that other people who are struggling can access. We don't have any of those mechanics figured out yet, because the Arapahoe County program actually dovetailed very well for us. I think to Sarah's point, that we even went down the path of helping them fill out the forms and things like that. So we tried to remove as many barriers as possible, and we're still seeing such low utilization.
Yeah. So obviously, I would like Arapahoe County to be administering this program, since they kind of already have something in place. I'm still trying to figure out how it's out of funds when no one was utilizing the program. So how much did they set aside for this to now be out of funds? I'm just struggling with the entire thing, but.
So this is also tied to their mortgage and rent assistance program. So it could be that there's other, other people in the county, others in Inglewood even accessing it for that. But for water and sewer specifically, it is a low utilization.
And Mayor, can I ask a follow-up
go
question?
ahead.
And I believe these are ARPA funds or even CARES Act funds carry over, aren't they?
I
they're using?
don't actually know the funding source.
The initial funding source was actually CARES Act funding, and I think it did carry through to the end of 2022. So that's where there's the significant drop. That's where the funding is ending. It's the sunset of that CARES Act money.
Okay. So I guess where I stand, with such low usage, and I hate saying this just because I know there's 7 families that are potentially going to get impacted. I don't want the city to continually or look to do something different than what we're doing now. It just does sound like a lot of work, but I'd like for us to think about, if this does become a bigger issue, what are some of the steps that we can take if Arapahoe County is not going to be taking the lead on that? So I guess that's where I stand tonight. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Newnenkamp?
I have a clarifying question. So right now, or to date, when someone said, I can't pay my bill, you've been directed into this program. When the program ends and someone says that to you, what will the answer be?
That's a good question.
So right now the answer is your bill is due.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to the answer that we can have with people is we can we can set up a payment plan for you, but right now there's no other mechanism to take care of the money due. And that's where we can look at, you know, I think, again, that's where I go back to with these 7. If it's the council's interested, we could look at extending those through something specific, city specific, and it would be a cost in the 2 utility enterprise funds, but it'd be it's a very small cost.
And so will a payment plan prevent a shut-off? If you're paying something, even if you're not paying everything?
Correct. If they agree to a payment plan and they keep up with that payment plan, then yes, that keeps them off the shut-off list.
Okay. I would support how do I want to say this? A slow kind of removal of this program versus a steep drop-off for the families who are currently relying on it as this is being communicated. To kind of taper it off to give them notice to say this is when this benefit maybe will be ending, even at an expense to the city. I would support us giving them kind of some runway to come off of the program versus a hard drop. Is that clarifying?
Thank you, Member Newcamp. And is there a mechanism to have this taper off effect? Sounds like it's very manual, but go ahead, Director, if you have.
I think we can taper it however the council would like. I mean, like I said, to me, if we extend for a year and we taper it off over the course of a year, that seems like a soft landing on this. And then in the meantime, we can start to see what else is out there. You know, see if there are other things out there and do some exploring. I think that the thing that that I would be concerned with is administering a whole program, standing up and administering a whole program, because it's a lot of work for low usage.
That makes sense. Member Anderson?
I'm in favor of tapering it off. I don't see any reason to stand up a program at this rate of utilization.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Member Woodward?
Yeah, the memo says here that the county anticipates ending the program in 2023. Does that mean January 1, 2023 or August 31st?
It depends on their funding, so it's a conversation I can have with our county representative about what they're seeing now that they've added this extra step for eligibility.
So we're good for some period of time. We don't know. I guess I'd be in favor of going through that and tapering it off and having the utilities department looking at it and coming back at that time and saying, here's some ideas for a program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else want to weigh in? Director, Deputy Director?
I think we've got good direction.
Perfect.
And and again, we can come back maybe this time next year and talk about, you know, if we found other things. I think one of the great things about the program that's been in place is it has been, our staff has been able to offer it. And now with it going away, we don't have something to offer. And I do like the ability to have something to offer, because people do run into tough times, and I think it's a good thing to have.
Well, Director, Deputy Director, see, with this current ownership model, we can have these kind of conversations. So,
it's an excellent point.
but I appreciate the time tonight, and with that, it takes us to our break. We're a little bit behind time, but we'll still take a 10-minute break if we could be back here at about 7:45 and resume. Thank you, everyone. All right, members of council, if you could take your seat. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. All right, we are back. We're moving on to agenda item 4, which is a building code update with Chief Building Official Karen Montanez, here to discuss some updates. Good evening, Ms. Montanez.
Good evening. So I'll just get started here. Tonight we're just going to discuss kind of the where we are with the code amendment updates. So currently we're on the 2018 codes, and the building division and the fire marshal's office is preparing to adopt the 2021 international codes, which would bring us to the most recent code cycle and keep us current with surrounding jurisdictions. And we anticipate presenting the code adoption package in early spring to be effective by June 30th of 2023. As part of this, Inglewood agreed to adopt the same code cycle as Denver within 6 months of Denver's code adoption, and they're expected to move through their legislative process this fall or early in 2023. And they currently anticipate adopting the new building code in early 2023 with an effective date approximately 4 months later. Jurisdictions that are currently using the 2021 codes are Arapahoe County, Aurora, Golden, and Parker. Littleton is actually doing their public hearing tomorrow to go to the 2021 codes. And Thornton is also in the process of adopting the code. As you can see, we're amongst most jurisdictions that are under the 2018, although most of these I anticipate will be going to the 2021 as well in early 2023. Excuse me. Codes to be adopted include the International Building Code, Residential, Fire, Mechanical, Plumbing, Fuel Gas, Energy, the Accessible Building and Facilities Code, which currently we're still on the 2012, because they don't update those as often. Property maintenance, existing building code, and the swimming pool and spa code. As part of one of the reasons why we're really aiming to adopt by and be under the 2021 by June is because the state has adopted an act that requires the Colorado Energy Office to come up with a plan. So they've just now gotten started even coming up with their committee. So there's no real clear idea of what their requirements are going to be. So that's why I said most jurisdictions, we anticipate them adopting prior to this so that they can be under their own code. And just kind of to go over that. So jurisdictions have to be under the 2021 Energy Code by June. Otherwise, it would fall under the state's requirements, and like I said, we don't know what those requirements would be. I know in the past we've talked about doing stretch codes as far as the energy code goes. So as part of our adoption process, we would, look at anything that the council would like to see adopted. Also, the Colorado Energy Office has been offering webinars, and the most recent one was just last week, and they were talking about electric vehicle charging and solar ready aspects, and trying to make sure that anybody, or not anybody, but that the jurisdictions that are looking to do stretch codes kind of do the same ones. It makes it much easier for the developers, property owners, and the contractors going forward. And a lot of what they're looking at adopting would probably be in the 2024 international codes as well. So it's just kind of taking that step a little bit ahead of time. And so any questions or comments?
Thank you, Ms. Montanez. Any questions from council? Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you for the presentation. One of the issues that this council is also discussing at the same time is housing, affordability, everything through the CodeNext process. And something that sits squarely within the building code piece of all of that is how we are open to new kind of innovative ways to build in the city. There's been some recent headlines around, modular or prefabricated housing, the ways that we can lower the price to or the price to build new housing in the city. As this moves forward, I'm curious, not only what are the things in the code that would ensure we don't have any poison pills to that kind of innovation in building affordable housing in Inglewood, but then also, are there other additional steps? Obviously, I know that we're trying to align with Denver, but are there additional steps that we could take to message and to make it clear within the code that Inglewood is actually open to innovation in how we build here in a safe way, but in a way that makes housing more affordable? And I'm wondering if there's a nexus that we can discuss as this conversation moves forward.
Actually, we have several modular buildings or houses that have been constructed. Even some of our commercial projects, like Swedish, part of their bathrooms actually have been modular in construction. So they build them off-site and then just plop them in. So we've had that for many years. So that's not an issue. And as far as the building code goes, because quite often the industry is ahead of the building code. So there is portions in the building code that allows for that. So alternative methods of construction. And so we would look at that as long as it meets basic life safety, et cetera. That's clear.
I appreciate that. And I would just be curious as this process moves forward, looking at what we have existing, and then is there an additional step that makes Inglewood even more attractive to that kind of building? Is there anything that maybe is there a new level of innovation? There may not be. It's not my expertise. But I hope that that's something that we keep in mind as the process moves forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Regarding our obligations to Denver and our agreement to adopt the code within a certain time frame of Denver's code adoption, I'm just operating from memory here, but our contract with Denver does still give us some control over specific items in the code.
Correct. All we have to do is be in the same code cycle. Denver, when they actually adopt their code, it's not called the International Building Codes anymore. It's actually the Denver Building Code because they make so many amendments to their code. So we don't necessarily have to adopt any of their amendments. I typically look just at all of the surrounding jurisdictions, look at what amendments they're doing, and kind of keep it within that same scope because it is very difficult for, especially a contractor going from one jurisdiction to another, and the code changes drastically between jurisdictions.
Okay, and I think the concept that I might not be understanding then is the code cycle. What exactly does that mean relative to our code?
So every 3 years, there is a new code cycle. It's an update basically to the code. So like as I said, we're on the 2018. We would go to the 2021. The 2024 is going through the process of hearings at a national level. So we usually adopt a couple of years after the code cycles come out. So the code cycle is just every 3 years.
Okay, and this code that we're referring to then is basically just a series of suggestions for how structure should be built and what is required?
Yeah, it's all the requirements, what are spans for, floor joists and things that, it's very detailed. And there's obviously gray areas, but yes, it's pretty much just like this. Here is how the minimum standards that you must abide by.
So if we were just to say, well, we like the 2018 code and we're going to keep it, but we're going to refer to ourselves as being on the 2021 cycle, does that comply?
No, that does not comply.
So there
We
are
have
some
to
changes
actually
here that
adopt.
we would be adopting.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess that's the concept that I'm not completely understanding is, I mean, we're being asked to adopt changes to the building code, but we're also being told that we have some autonomy over what changes we can allow or not allow or adopt or not adopt.
So, yeah, we are required per the contract to be on the same code cycle. And as you can see, we're in the same code cycle as many jurisdictions. They're also all looking at, not all, but most of them are looking to adopting the 2021. So we would be in the same arena as the rest of the metro area.
Okay, I'm wondering if I'm articulating the question correctly. Like, can you give some examples of something that we would change that would be different from what the new code is?
Typically, ours is just administrative. So the code will just refer to the jurisdiction having authority. So we go in, we put in, it's the city of Inglewood. The code has different areas of construction. So in the mountains, they have different requirements than we would in this area.
Okay,
So we would adopt those things just for our area. Our, process for stop work orders, our processes for even issuing permits differ sometimes from what the base code says.
okay.
So it's geared, a lot of the amendments we do are geared towards Inglewood and what we typically do.
Okay, and one previous example just came to mind, residential fire sprinklers.
Mhm.
We waived that provision of the code when we adopted the previous version. Do we intend
Correct.
to do that again
Yes.
in this cycle?
Mhm.
So that would be an ongoing change.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that would, if you, if you would direct us to leave that, we would leave that.
Okay,
Um,
all right, I think that answers my question.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question?
Sure, go ahead, City Manager.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward, and maybe this is for all of council, would it help to understand the process for the International Code Council, is that what it's called? International Code Council, and how they go about rewriting codes every 3 years? Because that's really the basis of what we're working with. The nation, in fact, it's international per the name. So it's other cities outside of the United States. But all cities in the United States are basing their codes on the work that the International Code Council does every 3 years to update those codes. And so that's the code cycle we're talking about is actually an international process that has people from all over the world that come together. You're looking at case studies of this person died in this building because of this, so we're making this adjustment. This person was electrocuted here, so we're making, that's a lot of the basis of the codes.
A really good example of that, sadly, is school shootings. That was never, looked at in the code as far as exiting or, protecting people. And, obviously things have happened, and so they've adjusted the code to account for that, some of that.
Yeah, that's a helpful example. I think when I hit on the fire sprinklers idea, that also fits. I guess what I'm kind of trying to capture here is we have an international body that doesn't necessarily know about Inglewood's specific needs. What I want to make sure is when we go to adopt this, we're caring for those, those particular needs.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Montanez, for the update on the codes. I want to second what Member Newnenkamp said about alternative building methods and what we can do to get that. I know we had this discussion a few years ago when we adopted the 2018 codes. There was some interest on council in exploring further what it would look like to get alternative methods even more prominent in the code. And I know I don't know how much ground. I know the main thing the code deals with is kind of stick framing, but there are obviously many other methods, and I know some of those are dealt with in the code. There's the insulated panels, there's concrete block, there's timber framing, there's this, I've even heard of the straw bale type construction, modular, and then there's the modular stuff that's becoming more prominent and is updated from the old, mobile homes that are maybe more appropriate to include in our codes too. But I would like to have a further discussion on that, or to really explore the options on what are the most innovative cities out there on allowing for this stuff, where somebody could roll in and go, oh, it's not just about making sure my studs are, the right distance apart and, the spans are appropriate for my, my sliding door or whatever. It's, I could do this totally different method of building, and it's actually really easy to follow the codes in Inglewood. So I would really love it if we got to where we were like Denver, where we have the Inglewood Code, where of course it's based on the international code and all the stick framing stuff is in there, but it's also prominent and known for alternative construction methods. I'd love to see that. I don't know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, the code does, I think it was the last code cycle, they actually put in there more details about straw bale construction. Adobe construction has been in existence for, 1,000 years or longer, and now then that's actually gone back into the code as an alternative method.
That's good. Yeah, I hadn't heard about those updates, so that's good to know. And I don't know. I guess my follow-up question on that, because that I maybe would want to see. Could you direct us to the sections of the 2020 that cover that stuff? I'd really like to see. Is this something that's just in there to to be able to say that it's in there? Is it really effective at making builders see this as a viable option? Is it because it's not, you aren't seeing those types of construction, and maybe it's just because it's not economically viable or something like that. I know that's true of a number of different types of construction, but I'd love to explore that a little bit more and really understand what is permitted, and is it permitted in an expansive kind of way.
I would say it was probably 7 years ago, we actually had somebody came in and did a straw bale shed. And it didn't look, it was a very nice shed. So we have had a couple of instances where somebody has used an alternative method.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Montanez. And actually, this is in response to the Mayor Pro Tem's questions. Ultimately, when you go through the building codes and whatever amendments you make, all of the amendments are listed out, and we will have access to reading all of that.
Correct.
Before we approve it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Don't think I see any. Ms. Montanez, is there anything else that you're asking from us tonight? Does sound like you'll be back in the first quarter of the new year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Perfect. Well, Ms. Montanez, thank you very much for the information tonight, and we'll be seeing you here in a few months, I guess.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now moving on to agenda item 4. It's CodeNext. This is going to be a continuation of the discussion that we had last week. So I'll pass it over to Planning Manager Bryan Isham. There we go. I always want to pronounce the H for some reason, so.
Most people
Mr.
do. I don't mind. It's okay. I'll be pretty brief. This is just kind of a throwback to what we discussed last week. I think we kind of ran out of time with the regular session meeting starting. So we discussed the technical provisions, and our consultant, Chris Brewster, is on the line to answer any questions. So I'll just open it up to any questions or comments that anyone has.
Sounds good, Mr. Brewster. Welcome again tonight. Is there, I guess last week the way we ended it off was just with the nonconformity question. I know that that's kind of where we were focusing our time. Mr. Brewster, did you want to provide us your notes on where we are with the conversation, or did you want one of us to do it?
Yeah, no, I'll kind of redirect us to what we were trying to accomplish, and then let you all ask questions if it's not clear. Most of the non-conforming sections reflect your current provisions that are in the development code right now, with some slight reorganizations, but substantively they should all be the same. We did pull out a separate section on non-conforming site conditions to be a little more lenient towards those, because the new code will have a lot of design standards that sites may not be meeting, and so there would be a more lenient approach to those. And then the bigger item which we were discussing was the ability to continue to invest in and even expand some of the existing non-conforming uses and buildings, primarily different types of residential structures. We had an example of a duplex that wasn't allowed, and therefore it was sort of frozen in time. And then I think last week you all discussed that there are several smaller apartment buildings. And so the provision we added in for limited expansion would allow those to, well, they're all allowed to continue. That's the other thing to clarify, is that everything that's non-conforming is grandfathered essentially. And so what we're talking about is, can you continue to expand it? In other words, make it larger, add on to it, do things that typically aren't allowed for non-conforming uses. But in these particular cases, the direction from our steering committee was, yes, let's let them expand, provided what they're doing is of a lesser impact than what could have been built under the standard. So the easy scenario to think of is, the duplex example is a good one. If that were to become disinvested in, so it had to be redeveloped as a single family house, it's probably going to be, or it could be under the code, a much larger building than is there. And so at that point, staff would be able to let it expand if it's coming in at or under the standards of what would otherwise be built. Protecting that interest of smaller scale buildings mainly is what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brewster. I'll let Member Anderson kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brewster. I definitely wanted to revisit the nonconformities, because I would like to take it a step further and think of I mentioned a duplex. There's also another one that I think maybe I mentioned last week, which was a four units. And I walked by it again. It's at the corner of Delaware and Quincy on the southwest corner. It's it's nothing amazing, but I just love the building because it's such a cool use in that it's to scale with the neighborhood. It's got 4 units in it. It's a kind of a brick. It's brick clad rectangular kind of house with 2 units upstairs, 2 units downstairs. I don't know how it's, what kind of condition it's in or anything like that, but I know there are I've seen a number of duplexes and triplexes, just walking around. This is right in the middle of our R1C. There's really a lot of them out there. And I don't know if we could even think about potentially some subcategory of R1 zoning that gives those kinds of properties very similar rights to if they were in an R2 zone or in a multifamily zone, and had those kind of rights natively. Like, we want to really say this lot is allowed to do to have a fourplex on it for all eternity, as long as our code exists in the form that it's in. But just to maintain that use, because it's not there's a lot of fear that these kind of uses will hurt, or these building forms and uses will hurt the neighborhoods, and they don't. You walk, there's not, that block is not flooded with cars. It's a corner lot, so it's got lots of frontage. And that's another thing I would love to talk about, and that's probably a later conversation, is expanding those rights to other corner lots, because there's again a place where you have a lot of frontage. Those tend to be larger lots a lot of times, but just coming up with a way of designating and legally allowing that use without having to go through a whole non-conforming process. Just say, oh well, this is a R1C. Historical multifamily. It's a special designation on this particular. I don't know if that's the best way of doing it, or if there's an alternative way of doing it, but something that says, yeah, we're locking this in for multifamily for the future.
Mr. Brewster, wrong button. Mr. Brewster, did you want to go ahead and just weigh in on the suggestion by Member Anderson?
Yeah, no, I think we can take a look at it. I think we're close to that outcome, although maybe not as strong as you'd like. And you do have a provision in the code right now that perhaps we can lean on to look at for the same role. Currently in, I can't remember which district it is, but there's a provision that's a little bit cumbersome to deal with. But essentially, when you read it, it looks to the fact of a lot of times non-conformances are grandfathered in the sense that if they are ever damaged or destroyed, they can't be built back. You have a provision in your code regarding some of the apartments in one of the districts that says, well, they just can always be built back as an apartment if they had one on there. So I think that's kind of what you're getting at, that little added extra protection. And it's not unprecedented even in your own code right now. So we were trying to achieve something very similar with this. I think the one thing we would want to guard against is, in that case, we need to make sure that the standards, because if we're talking about a completely different building at some point and it's just the use, we would want to make sure that that building is coming back with all of the same positive attributes that make it fit in well there to begin with. But that's what we hope to get in the residential section anyway, to have a more refined approach to building types, so it does let us look at the scale and format of them, just not how many units there are on the lot.
Yeah, and I would love to see that, that exact form come back if it ever had to be rebuilt. But also, I don't want to constrain, maybe something else is needed the next time it comes around. So I don't know. I guess my question is, what is the problem with what I'm suggesting of giving that kind of a lot a special designation within R1, where it's not, it's no longer seen as non-conforming. It receives its own status as a multifamily lot. Why can't we do that?
I think you can. We'll have to check with the. I think, in my mind, it's what's the most expedient way to do it, to make it clear, and what's the way to do it to make sure that the rights they're given are also reflecting what we're trying to enable. Because the one thing I do worry about is that if we focus too much on the use of the units and it comes back in a different form or format that's not as neighborhood friendly, then perhaps it's not enabling what we wanted. So just making sure we have all the loopholes or unintended consequences covered, I think would be our first check, which is certainly possible to do. And then I think the second check is just running this through the law department. I think essentially what you're kind of doing is zoning it to its current use in effect without doing that. But like I said, you do it right now in the current code, and so we can look at that section and try and build off of that idea.
Yeah, I think the modifications to what you're doing with setback and bulk plane, though, if I'm understanding that maybe we're not referring to it quite that same way, and even in multifamily zones, hopefully we'll cover all that territory to make sure that we're not, if we allow a property within R1C to continue in that use, using the same standards we're setting for multifamily zones, should allow for it to be to the right standards for Inglewood as it is. So I'm not opposed to just applying those same standards that are going into R2, for example, if it's a duplex. Just to make sure that we're allowing that use to continue and allow it to have flexibility to be redesigned for what the market, like I'm all about the market deciding what the city of Inglewood needs, especially if we allow for a lot more stuff. I think we're going to get a lot more variety. So I'd like to, that would be my preferred approach, is to just lock it in as a use by right for those kind of lots, or for potentially other lots as well, corner lots, those kind of things. So if we have, if there's enough people on council interested in going that direction, that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Member Anderson. City Manager, did you want to weigh in? See your light on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for our consultant, would the mechanism here be, and we have to be in compliance with our comprehensive plan in terms of zoning. So would the mechanism, or for Bryan, be some sort of permanent grandfathering of non-conforming uses that are legitimized somehow in code? I'm not familiar in my limited planning experience with the mechanism by which to do this. Can you just briefly speak to that? Or overlay, maybe? What is that?
Yeah, I think it would be more of I think the easiest mechanism to me is to basically give it the non-conforming status more of a permanence. And it can be done with a simple clause, I believe, that much like Mr. Anderson was suggesting. Going through and doing more overlays and things like that seems to be a little bit more comprehensive, or complex, maybe unnecessarily so. But I think it's a fairly simple goal to get to, and coding it to me is to say we want this non-conforming situation to have more than what is the typical practice with non-conformances, which again is to limit them and allow them to be invested in subject to some limitations, you all would just be taking the limitations off on this certain class of nonconformances.
Thank you.
And I would just add, if there's something in the comprehensive plan that would potentially prevent us from doing this, let's take a look at that too. You know, we don't, we're the city council, we aren't locked into, you know, we definitely want to follow that, but if it needs to be reevaluated in order to expedite this process, I'm fine with that as well.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'm not sure who got it up first, so Member Woodward and then Member Noonan-Camp. Thank you.
Thank you. First off, R1C, that's a small lot, right? Or is it the large lot?
That is the smaller lot, yes.
Okay. Well, I would personally object to that being any type of use by right. If it were, especially if we're doing the lot itself, if it were to be torn down and redone, I would like to see it to stay within the R1C zoning at that point. I think the R1C and the all the R1s are there for a certain purpose, is my opinion. So I am not in favor of that personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll go to Member Noonan-Camp and then Member Anderson.
I'll just weigh in and echo Member Anderson. I support this change as well. I think where we have, as we've referenced earlier, naturally occurring housing that is more affordable, that fills the missing middle that we've already identified that we need, the preservation of that should be part of what we can do here. And I don't think we're talking about a huge number of properties. Mr. Brewster, after your presentation to us last week, we had a resident actually who's in one of these non-conforming lots come and speak to us during public comment, and he has referenced that maybe it's less than a dozen in R1A and R1B of these types of properties. But I support Member Anderson's point that they could conform with the existing design standards within that zone. So what the bulk plan is, what the lot allotment is, but allowing them to make those kinds of improvements to come into parity with their geographic neighbors while maintaining the non-conforming status seems like it is something that we should be able to figure out. So I just support the recommendation from Member Anderson.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson?
I just want to respond to Member Woodward. I think there's some things that have changed quite dramatically since our zoning and R1C was set up, and that's that land prices have risen dramatically. And so being locked into a code that was written for a time when you could buy a lot for a much smaller fraction of what it takes to build on it doesn't seem like a prudent use of the resources that we have in the city. And so this is one area where I think we can say, let's try to bring it back into parity with what's happened with land prices in order to get the kind of units that I think we need to meet our affordable housing goals. We need to be able to develop more units on smaller plots of land, and this seems like low-hanging fruit here. It's already there. It's been, it was there before R1, it was there before R1C ever existed in all likelihood. It was before the zoning code was written, because otherwise it would be excluded. And there's maybe not a lot of them in R1A and R1B. I think there are quite a few of them in R1C because these were smaller lots. These were more affordable homes to begin with, and I see them when I'm out walking around, not just on Lincoln and Tacoma, but on further out from Broadway than that. I know Lincoln and Tacoma are already zoned for duplexes, but there are a lot of them on Bannock and Cherokee and Delaware going to the west. So I know they're there, especially in R1C. So that's why I'm so interested in preserving those.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I would like to be careful of, the reason they're non-conforming is because the zoning was changed afterwards and they're allowed there. If they're going to tear them down, I agree with Member Woodward that we ought to have them be building in the character of that neighborhood. Just a lot of people have bought in that area for the reason that it is affordable, but there are zoning laws. I don't want to experience any of the unintended consequences that could create in neighborhoods and eventually taking over not just that property, but then the guy next door may want to build a non-conforming structure also. So I am opposed to that. Especially, I mean, it's there, it's non-conforming. If they want to leave it there, that's fine. But if they're going to tear it down to build new, I don't like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mr. Brewster, I guess one question that I had about non-conforming that I believe you did answer last time around is that it doesn't really, what I'm reading within this chapter, it doesn't really give any guidelines on what's acceptable. I believe it may provide like a 50% number. It does not increase the extent of the nonconformity by more than 50% of the current nonconformance. So it just provides that. That's the only clarity it gives. But it does sound like it's giving staff the ability to approve or not approve what that nonconformance would be. Am I understanding that correctly? It's still pretty broad in terms of what's going to be allowed? Or what could
Yes. Some of the provisions you're reading in H is the section we're talking about. That's a newly formulated section. However, A and B are your existing codes right now. We just categorize them in this subsection because we recognize that it was similar to what was being discussed about allowing expansions of it. So HC is and I'm noticing now that they should be numbered, not lettered. But HC is the one that's the one we added due to this one specific issue. So those are three separate circumstances. A and B are in there now. And so you allow that now, and you're right, it's just based on numerical. C was the one where we said, well, we want to look at, we've got some moving parts here because what we're referring to with regard to lesser impact than what could otherwise be built, that's essentially us saying that what's been expressed by you all, that as long as the building is coming in or the addition is coming in under what would otherwise be built, then it could be approved by staff. Yes, you're correct. And I guess if I could maybe help clarify, we essentially have, I'm thinking of this as I'm hearing you all talk about 4 options. The first would be just expanding what's allowed anyway, and we're doing that in the R2 and R3 districts, but mainly for those missing middle housing types. So when you see that section on the 28th, this picture will come into a little bit fuller view. But we aren't doing that in the R1s. We are allowing some of the smaller lots in limited circumstances to be created anew, and those are currently grandfathered. So that's the first thing, is what you're allowed. The second part would be all of the things that are existing now. And so we essentially have 3 options. Either keep them grandfathered, but limit reinvestment in them. That would be the most consistent with what you have now. Keep the existing ones and let them expand slightly, which is what's in the draft right now. And then what was suggested tonight, allow them to be rebuilt anew as long as they're still coming in under. But the rebuilt one, I just want to clarify, it would have to be an existing nonconformity to start. It wouldn't be that every lot in that zoning district would get that.
That's correct, Mr. Brewster, because I believe that last statement would mean that's an upzoning of that area. And I don't think that was what Member Anderson has expressed, at least within this conversation.
Within this section here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess where I stand, I'm in agreement with Member Anderson and Member Noonekamp that I do want to see us look at this option, one, for the simple fact that these did exist for a reason, right? When these were built prior to current zoning laws, there was a reason for them, and I want to be able to provide the owners of those properties to build them up to a level that kind of reflects current market conditions, but not necessarily to what we're seeing in other R2 areas. So I do want to see provide that flexibility in terms of that affordable housing option within the R1 district. So I guess the one question that I did have and I think you may have answered Mr. Brewster, is that there are nonconformities that exist in R2s. We're not talking about R2 nonconformities, because although I do want to see an option for nonconformities in R2, that for the same reason that we're trying to do it in R1, is that they were there for a reason. I think we should allow them to rebuild those to their current specs if needed, if that makes sense. Mr. Brewster, I see you nodding your head, but
Yeah, and I think I'll need to get with planning staff and figure out what's the extent of some of these. But one of the things I know we are doing in the R2s is there's a lot, all of your small lots are, they're written as allowed in these zoning districts, but when you go look to see what's allowed, and by that I mean the smaller lots, the ones that are under 6,000, they're in the 4,500, 4,000, or 3,000 square feet, and you have existing ones all over which are single family homes on it, and those are listed as allowed. But then there's a clause that says they're only allowed if they're existing, which is essentially what it just makes them allowed as a nonconformity. In the R2 districts particularly, we are looking at broadening the types of housing. So when you see that section, some of those will be just made permitted lots and building types by virtue of what we're doing with those districts. So some of them may go away. I don't have a full command on the extent of what the nonconformities are, but I'll get with the planning staff and see if we can't frame that issue for you more when we come back with the housing types.
yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Brewster. And
The way it's drafted right now, it doesn't make a distinction between R1, R2. It's just nonconformity is a nonconformity. And it would allow different types of expansions.
Okay. Member Anderson?
Yeah, and I was thinking, I'm most familiar with R1, but I know if you walk down, a Coleman in my area, which is R2, you will find a number of triplexes there as well, and those I would apply the same standard to those in terms of the nonconformity there. And what I'm interested in is part of it is maintaining the character of the neighborhood, right? Because these were whenever this was originally zoned as R1, they came into a place that had single family and duplexes, triplexes, and quads all in the same neighborhoods. A majority of them are single family in R1C in my area for sure, but it had the character of the neighborhood was varied. It was varied. There were all of these originally, and so they applied. This is now a single family zone. Well, no, it's not. I mean, yes, that's what we're calling it, but there are lots of these different types already there. And I don't know, I couldn't speculate as to the numbers, but I just walking around, I get the sense that there's a surprising number of them, I think, in R1C that we should try to preserve, just partly to preserve the character of the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to weigh in? I am trying to provide at least more clarity for staff in terms of where we stand as a council for some of these items. So I will be asking that throughout the night and throughout CodeNext, just to make sure staff has the proper direction from council. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I live next to one of these non-conforming lots. My 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom bungalow is located immediately next door to a fourplex on the corner. And I don't particularly have any interest in seeing that rebuilt. I think it's fine the way it is. So I'm having trouble understanding why we would make an adjustment that would accommodate that. I guess I don't get it. It's serving 4 families now in its current state, and it will continue to do that as long as the owner keeps it in the current condition that it's in.
And I guess the question I would have for you, Mayor Pro Tem, is are you in an R1 zone or?
R1C.
R1C, okay. Member Anderson?
I could give you, the argument for it is that it's affordable housing, and sometimes these houses get so old that they start to fall apart and need to be rebuilt. And this is, the root policy research study. One of the easiest ways you can ensure that there's some affordable housing is to preserve that, even if it needs to be rebuilt. This is one way, is just saying we're going to preserve this, because these are, some of these duplexes have been torn down and rebuilt as monstrous single family homes, and those are the alternatives, because to make the numbers crunch on a lot like that, you can, if they were allowed to build a fourplex and say that house needed to be rebuilt because it was no longer inhabitable, then if it was allowed to be a fourplex, well, that's probably a small scale fourplex. The numbers probably crunch on that. I'm just guessing. But if they can't build a fourplex, what are they going to do? They're going to build, in all likelihood, a much larger single-family home, because that's where they'll get the financial benefit out of the lot.
So in that case, would we restrict the footprint to exactly what it is? I mean, are we talking about building a new box of the same shape and size, or are we gonna give them an extra 10 feet here, an extra 5 feet there?
I think those constraints are built into the code in terms of how much bulk and height and distance they can have. So I would say it just matches whatever bulk is allowed within that. So it would be able to be the size of whatever single-family home they would put in there.
Actually, the way that I'm reading this is that it would not allow it to go up to the height or the bulk of the single-family home. That's the way that I'm reading it. It won't go to that level. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it looks like it would have a smaller footprint than what a single-family home would go in that same lot.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in here. When we drafted this, it was to the specific provision of allowing existing buildings that you could already look at and observe that they were a smaller scale than what could be built, and allowing them to expand as long as they didn't exceed that. So I think the different question is if we were allowing them to rebuild in general, in other words, grandfather them in with extra provisions, that's the unintended consequences that I would want to check through before we were confident that we would get back something that's of a lesser impact. And we can certainly structure it to achieve that. It's just figuring out if that's the direction you want to go.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. And actually, that's good clarity, because I'm not intending this to be like a final decision on whether or not we're going to move forward with this, because we're not voting tonight. But when the next draft of this comes, we have this specific language in, and then we vote yes or no at that point. So, but Mayor Pro Tem, you still have the floor.
I think my questions are completed, so on to the next.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Anderson?
Well, I was just going to see, I mean, I know there are three of us at least. Do we have, I don't know what Member Wink is, if there's four interested in this, or I'm not sure where Member Ward is, but I want to make sure we give clear direction on it.
Exactly. I still have 3-2 in favor of looking at this, but.
Okay.
And Member Wink is up fourth. And like I stated, this is not final decision on this, but the fact that the next draft will have this component in it. Anything else on the nonconformity issue before we move on to the next agenda item? Member Woodward?
Yeah, I'm just have a question. Can I ask, I don't know if you know where these are, where some of these non-conforming uses are on R1C lots, but I think it'd be real nice to provide council, if you can, with some addresses, because I'd like to do some drive-bys and that sort of thing and see how that particular building fits into the character of the neighborhood.
We can put that information together.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? And will that come back as a council request, or will that just be a?
I'm entering that as a council request.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Anything else on the nonconformity? Seeing none, Mr. Brewster, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which I believe are chapters 6, 8, and I lost my place on here. What is it?
Chapters 3 and 7.
Oh, it's 3 and 7. I jumped ahead to next week's. All right. Mr. Brewster, if you want to go ahead or Mr. Isham, I'm not sure who's leading the presentation.
I think we're getting the presentation pulled up. I will just run the slides, Chris. Just tell me when to.
Okay. And I will try to, this presentation was made prior to your more recent direction to get through it quickly and get to discussion. So I'll try to breeze through. I probably have too many slides in here since they were probably in your packet. I think some of them were self-explanatory. So if you have questions on any of them, please direct me to that and we can circle back and cover it. Essentially what these topics were, though, we're addressing chapter 3, which is where we're putting all of your subdivision design standards. We took your current subdivision standards are a mix of procedures and substantive standards. We took all the procedures out into chapter 2, which we just finished discussing. And so essentially that left us with all the design elements of subdivisions. And that's really what we like to think of it. It's kind of larger scale community design. You really only address them when you're either doing large projects or platting lots, but they involve streets and open spaces for the most part. If you can switch to the next slide and slip through this one too, that's our procedures. So here's in the module in the bigger picture. So these were discussed August 9th and then October 4th between the technical committee and steering committee. And we grouped these two together because it dealt with streets, access, parking, a lot of mobility aspects of it from the really large scale down to the site scale. And so that's why these topics were grouped together. Next slide, Brian. So it's chapter 3 and 7. It touches on a little bit on 8, which again, we'll talk to next week, but landscape design, mainly because that's dealing with streetscapes and some of the design aspects of the public realm, the community design aspects of streets and shaping the character of your neighborhoods and places. Next slide. You can keep going through these. So this is the little bit quicker version of what I said. Yeah, next slide. So these are the key elements of chapter 3 that are changing. So improving the street design. What we group the streets, currently your standards have just a right-of-way width and a street width. So none of the elements of how that space is allocated is in the code. And so we added that in. One of the other directives from both the steering committee and technical committee is we need to be flexible, both because you're dealing with existing right-of-way almost in all cases. And so fitting into those constraints will be important, but then also doing it incrementally because you're very rarely rebuilding streets, at least not through the development code. You're kind of hitting these potential projects opportunistically. And the next big idea was incorporating open space. Again, thinking of different scales, your subdivision standards now deal with parks and your park dedication, but we're also trying to coordinate some of those smaller site scale open spaces that are part of projects as well. And then the last big issue is parking flexibility. So we wanted better options for context-based standards. One of the directions from the steering committee was we want optimal parking, not too much, not too little, but we also don't want to push the community in a direction we're not ready for. The idea that everything could be car free or car light is not necessarily where the community is at, but we also want to be preparing for an increasingly multimodal future. So we think that's where we're at on the parking standards with just enough flexibility, but it's something that could evolve over time. And then the last big issue on there was the EV parking, which was discussed somewhat with the building code, but we're trying to track that. The sections that are in there right now are a first draft, and we're trying to monitor that in association with a lot of other policies, including where the building and energy code end up on that issue. Next slide, Brian. So this is an example of what I was mentioning earlier on the streets. The top would reflect what your current code says. The bottom reflects what the draft has in terms. So we did that by putting different street types in the code. So your standard types are all in there, but we added a neighborhood type that had a little more neighborhood amenity to it with where street trees and sidewalks could go. And again, recognizing that a lot of times we're dealing with built conditions that won't be able to get to the ideal. A pedestrian type, and then a bikeway and multimodal type. Next slide. This is the table that's in there that shows the existing standards and changes. We can come back to that if you have any questions. Next slide. This was probably the more important thing that we added in. This is the decision tree on when you are dealing with an existing right of way or when you have competing interests. Mainly the one we run into a lot is parking versus bike lane. Which do you do? So this is it kind of explains how all of these things could go together. And so we would use this for being used to do both incremental fixes, in other words, 1 or 2 blocks at a time, but also doing things that are different from the typical standards because you had a different right of way or street width at the time. And so you're kind of doing the best you can with managing that space within these guidelines. Next slide. The last part about the community design was the open spaces. I mentioned that the spaces on the right of the screen are where we would see that 10% dedication coming, and the technical committee mentioned that very rarely do you get that. You're always getting the fee in lieu of that space, which is currently in your code as well. So that led us to wanting to connect some of the smaller spaces that happen with site design into a system. So we've listed a range of types, and then we're identifying which ones of those would be accepted as public spaces with that 10%. So mainly largely the parks, trails, or perhaps even some of the enhanced streetscapes if you have limited right of way. And then most of the other ones would be common spaces that are meeting your common open space requirement. Next slide. And this is an example of that table from the draft, and we can come back to that if you have any specific questions. Next slide. Key changes on parking. First of all, just clarifying and reorganizing so it's a little simpler and easy to use. We did bring all of the site and lot access standards into this section. There's a lot of, I think there's a lot of confusion in your current code on, are we talking about access at the larger scale circulation on a big project, or are we talking about access to a lot? And so we're trying to improve that and make sure we're dealing with internal block access at this point, or even lot access. And then with the parking quantity, as I mentioned, we're adding flexibility for different types of situations, mainly transit, and then also flexibility to allow on-street parking to count towards your parking requirement in most cases. Next slide, Brian. The next series of slides, actually, I think we can probably skip and just turn it over to questions. A lot of this dealt with what we wrestled with on parking, and from, how much flexibility do we need? How we don't want to push too far, and that's essentially where they landed on. We want to do a moderate change here that gives us enough flexibility to reduce the parking down to what's right, but we weren't to the point where some communities are, where they want to just deregulate parking altogether and let the market determine that. So we feel like we're striking a balance there. The one thing I did forget to mention on parking, we did put what's called a soft maximum in, that if any use is providing is over the amount of parking that's required, they would have to do enhanced design mitigation to reduce the impact of the parking, whether that's landscape, additional open space, additional stormwater and runoff treatments, things like that. So there's what's called a soft maximum in there now that's trying to prevent people from providing too much when they don't really need it.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Actually, I wanted to see, we skipped chapter 3, but do we have any questions on chapter 3 before going to the parking, which is chapter 7, I believe? Did anybody have anything to discuss there? If not, do we have any questions on chapter 7, parking? Go ahead, Member Anderson. I was going to wait till you actually hit your switch. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this is another area where I'd like to see us be a little more innovative. I know the RTD did a study on parking. It was last year or the year before, and what they found was that in all apartment types, that the parking was underutilized. There was more parking than needed, and especially on affordable housing. The affordable housing, I think, the under 30% AMI level found that there was one car for every 8 apartments in those affordable housing types. So I would like to see the standards here. I know there are a lot of cities that are totally deregulating parking, and I'm not opposed to that conversation. But at the very least, the multifamily, reduce it down. The transit accessible standards here, just apply that citywide and go even lower than that for for affordable as an incentive for affordable housing. Because otherwise, I think I think one of the big problems we have in the city center area, especially, is just these massive underutilized parking lots, and we can't continue to require that level of parking and also expect to get a walkable, kind of a walkable city. So I'd like to see these be reduced down even more, and especially, incentivizing the affordable housing with much reduced, to be more in line, not that we want to eliminate parking, but we want to allow the market to regulate it, because this is something where the market knows how to provide the right parking for a space, and this is a huge driver for housing costs. A parking spot adds $100 to $400 a month in rent to an apartment, a required parking spot. So you have 2 required parking spots, and it's in a structured parking setup. That's $800 of your rent every month that's going to a parking requirement. And I think this is a big one for affordable housing. If we want to see affordable units get built, we got to lower these standards.
Yeah, and we'll have more for you on that with on the 28th with the residential, because we are looking at exactly that. Just the strategy we did with the multi-unit buildings is we did reduce those slightly. You'll see in that table that there's 2 rates in there: a transit accessible area and then the regular area. The regular area reflects pretty close to what you currently do, although we added the 1 bedroom and efficiency unit at only 1 per unit. So that did bring the number down slightly. The second number in the transit accessible area, that brings the number, and this would be for all housing, not just affordable. That brings the parking in at a blended rate that's slightly over what the RTD utilization studies we looked at were showing. So it's a little bit higher. But then through root analysis and recommendation, they said leave that there, but then for the affordable ones, bring it down even a notch further. So what we're looking at, and we're trying to, we'll have an answer for you by the 28th. We're actually meeting on this on Wednesday as a staff. What we're looking at doing is making essentially those rates just shift down for an affordable project. So affordable project would start at the transit accessible rate citywide, and then they would go down even the next tier to be at a 50% rate for the baseline affordability. So it's similar to what you're suggesting. And from Root's analysis, that was going to be a pretty attractive benefit. And then if they were hitting certain tiers of affordability, there might be a further reduction. So that's in progress, so stay tuned, but I think it's heading in the direction which you're suggesting.
Okay, and I guess if I was gonna just pick something off of this, is that those transit accessible rates, I would apply to anything citywide, and then lower it 1 notch down from that for affordable housing citywide, and then 1 notch down even more for that for transit accessible affordable housing. I think those would be getting in line with standards. And this doesn't mean that if a luxury apartment comes in, they're not going to build way more than a minimum requirement. They know what if you're building a luxury apartment, you need multiple, these people will often have 2 cars per 1 bedroom even, so the developers know this, and cities that have deregulated parking have found that the builders come in and they build the right amount of parking for what you're doing is just saying, maybe we don't know how much parking is required, and we're better suited to just let the market decide that. I think it's proven out to be beneficial to go that route. So anyway, I'll leave off there.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And just as a point of information, were we looking at table 1673? Is that where we're getting our numbers from? Okay. We got, I'm not sure if it was Member Noonan, can't remember Russell, but Member Russell, go ahead.
One thing that I want to be careful of, and I'm not exactly sure what Member Anderson was talking about in City Center. I mean, is it like these parking lots out here beside this building, or by the businesses that really aren't there?
I think the retail parking is the most obvious one, but you find the same thing if you go into, some of the parking lots are hidden in the courtyards of these apartments, but they're often underutilized as well, especially the ones like these that are so close to transit. If they were built with 2 parking lots per unit, I think you find that those tend to be, or 2 parking spots per unit tend to be underutilized. That's what RTD found, metro-wide, was that the parking lots are underutilized, which drives the cost up. The parking gets paid for somehow, right? There's no free parking. It just gets built into the price of your groceries or of your, or of your housing or whatever. So reducing those parking requirements has a tendency to reduce the cost of things.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think the one thing that I want us to be careful of is, ever since I've been on council, in multi-unit developments, they've never allowed 2 parking spaces. It's gone from like 1.75 down to 1.3. And here's the problem that I see. Over by the Marks Apartments, and there's a whole bunch of apartments between Lafayette and University. I mean, the Fresh Fair's on the corner. But all along Floyd, after 5 o'clock at night and on the weekends, Floyd is covered with parking. Lafayette is covered with parking. The people on Lafayette can't even park in front of their own house. And I think underutilizing parking, and to Councilmember Anderson's point, I agree that it costs more, but the apartment houses are charging for those parking lots, or for those parking spaces, and people don't want to pay for those parking spaces, so they're parking on the streets. And you see the same problem. Council got an email, I believe it was today or yesterday, about along Windermere and Navajo. There is no place to park, and this email was probably in relation to the public hearing tomorrow night. We need to make sure there's plenty of parking, and people living in the transit area there on Oxford, they still have cars. They want to go somewhere on the weekend. They may ride transit down to the or to the light rail. They may, but they still want cars to do what they want to do on the weekends. So I don't want to underutilize parking either, because that creates a problem in the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonekamp?
Thank you. I would support some of what Member Anderson's also talking about with parking here. And I'm curious if, I read a study this week actually that said that adding to build, so you're right, it increases the cost of rent significantly, but then to build a parking space within a garage is between $5,000 and $10,000 per stall. So building costs are just going to be incredibly more expensive, so we're not incentivizing or encouraging the affordable development of housing in the community. And so I'm curious, can we even build in maybe like a sliding scale that the lower you go in affordability, the lower AMI you build at, the lower your parking requirements would be? Like, I wonder if we could do a tiered system at different points of AMI. I'd be curious if we've ever seen that before in another code. So I'll pause there before my next question. But is there a sliding scale way we could do this?
Yes, that is what we're looking at. We're looking at a tier system of different price points at AMI, but mainly for how much of a bonus you would get, either parking reduction or a unit bonus. But yeah, that's one of the things we are looking at. I don't know that there's a direct correlation or if Roots data will tell us, but it certainly is a rough correlation that we could expect a further parking reduction at certain tiers.
Right. And then my next question is actually about what you referred to as a soft parking maximum. And I'm curious about the decision between a soft maximum and a hard maximum, and why have we erred on the soft side?
Mainly because there isn't a maximum in there now. I think we're just kind of exploring ideas. And so when we vetted that with the steering committee, that seemed to resonate. It essentially means that what we set it at was anything over the parking minimum had to be mitigated. So it's causing someone first to think, well, do I really need that extra parking? But mainly getting more towards the public interest of minimizing the impact of large parking lots have on the rest of the block or community. And then second, that if it's over a certain threshold, that they would have to prove that they really need it. So it does have a little bit of a hard maximum in it, but it's just a first attempt of the direction we got from the steering committee was let's push to that middle level of having the right amount of flexibility in design and not, go all the way to a deregulated situation.
And I appreciate that, and that's helpful context. And I obviously appreciate all the work the steering committee has put into this. I would be open to that conversation maybe even a little bit more, because while I appreciate the mitigation strategies that are included around landscape and stormwater and those things that are really important, I would rather see the space be used for other things than even just landscape. And what is maybe another way we can look at maybe one small step further? Maybe there's still an appeals process, there's still a way to prove that you need the parking. But if there's anything that maybe is a slight step further than this, I would support that, because I do think we have such vast parking right now in our downtown corridor that I would love to see something more transformational than maybe what we have here.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Member Anderson, go ahead.
I did watch the steering committee meeting where this was discussed, and I want to just say as the steering committee's doing great, and the work that they've come up with I think is good. I would just want to see the actual numbers of the parking just to lower those standards, just because I don't think they're quite in line with the actual utilization. I guess what I'm interested in is performative parking, parking that actually gets the job done. That's if we're going to require it, that it's required at the level that's needed for the type of units. And I felt like those standards compared to the RTD study, I think that's a really great one to look at if you haven't seen that, or route policy hasn't seen that, to see what the utilization level is actually on these lower. And I think Denver recently lowered their parking requirement for less than 30% AMI near light rail stations to 0.1 units, 0.1 parking spots per unit. When they're near light rail station. The reason they did that is because of that RTD study. That's what the RTD study found, is that's the level of parking that's actually utilized at those type of apartment complexes. So I would like to see some actual data utilized in this process, and not just approach it as, oh well, this is a modest change, it's basically what's there, but all right, let's go a little further and say, let's start from what's actually needed and work out from there.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you looking just at multifamily land uses, or are you looking at
I was talking
retail,
about
restaurants, like?
Yeah, well, I was talking about multifamily right now, but frankly, I think most of these parking standards are, I think they're pretty arbitrary. So I don't know that I would be, across the board for, when you have a nail salon, point whatever parking units per, nail chair. How do they know? Who knows? I mean, somebody's just making these numbers up. I don't think they're actually corresponding to anything in reality. So I would be interested in, in some of those reducing those even more across the board. Just a side note, if you guys haven't heard of Donald Shoup. Donald Shoup is the parking guy. He's a professor of urban planning at UCLA. They call him Shoup Dog. You got to see this guy and what he has to say about parking. It's really, he really attributes over parking to the destruction of a lot of our public spaces. It's why nobody wants to walk, from here down to Broadway. It's just abysmal to walk across park. It really does ruin the experience of being in a public space. And he's got a lot of great suggestions on how to do that. I mean, he suggests totally eliminating parking requirements altogether and letting the market provide that. But, on these standards where it's, for all these different types of uses, I don't know if those uses correspond to reality. It'd be nice if we had some data-driven stuff on that, but I'll just leave it at that for now. I don't know. I'm probably off on an island on some of this.
Thank you for that, Member Anderson. Actually, I was going to kind of ask that, because you brought up during your initial conversation about parking minimums, you brought in like the 30% AMI. There was a second one that I missed. and then the transit authority or transit accessibility, which is in here. But the first two that you talked about were not within the chart itself, correct? Because there wasn't one for affordability or for 30%
Well,
AMI
I'm kind of
breakdown.
going off of what they were discussing at the steering committee, which was, I think it was just last week, or maybe it was two weeks ago. But I know there are discussions going beyond this chart,
Okay.
right? Am I right on that, Mr. Brewster?
Yes, there's a second affordability reduction being talked about that's included in Chapter 5 right now with the affordability bonus.
Okay. So I guess to the larger question, I would like to have those discussions about minimums, and it sounds like maximums as well, as part of the next. I'm not sure exactly where I lean. I think I need to see the numbers in terms of what's being asked, where we're currently at, and how aggressive we're going to get. So if we were go down that route. So, but yes on the discussion, and then go from there. But Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think further discussion on parking is definitely warranted. I'll just note, I find places that don't have enough parking incredibly unpleasant to visit. The example I commonly cite is Rhino. There are a lot of places in Rhino where I would like to go and spend an evening, but I don't go to Rhino because I find it impossible to drive and impossible to park in Rhino. So I don't go there. And I don't want my city to become like Rhino. So that's the issue I have when I look at swallowing, parking minimums and decreasing. The other issue we have, and we've seen some of this in the Broadway and Kenyon area, is when parking is less available in high density units or it's more costly, it has a cascading effect on the neighborhood. The people who would otherwise park at the place where they live instead park in the free area in the neighborhood and essentially take up a parking spot that could be used by a homeowner in that neighborhood. So I think we need to be very careful when we talk about parking minimums. Certainly there is some civic benefit to a reduction in parking minimums, as Councilman Anderson has pointed out, and I don't pretend to be an expert on that. But I know that I find the experience incredibly unpleasant when I go somewhere and I can't find a dang place to park. The other thing that we haven't talked about is I see there's an electric vehicle parking requirement here. And this strikes me as a similar cost driver. If we're talking about reducing parking minimums because of the cost, I can't imagine anything more costly than 1 in 10 spots being required to be wired up for electric vehicles. I know that we're looking towards electric vehicle deployment increasing throughout the states and the world. But this does seem like something that the market would drive. If you have an electric vehicle and you drive an electric vehicle, you're probably going to look for a place to live where you can charge it. And if the housing community that you've chosen to live in doesn't provide that, then you might pick somewhere else to live. But I don't see any reason to have your neighbor shoulder the burden of charging your electric vehicle in his rent when the free market could drive that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson and then Member Nudenkamp.
I want to I agree with Mayor Pro Tem on the EV requirement for one. On the second one, I wanted to respond to the Rhino thing. I would contend that the reason, I know we don't see eye to eye on parking, but one of the reasons you like to go to Rhino is exactly because there's no parking. Because places that have a lot of parking are not fun to walk around in. And it's just one of these weird contradictions is the best places to go don't have enough places for the people who want to go there. What if we made Inglewood a place where people want to go and you could just hop on your e-bike or walk down to downtown and not have to worry about finding a spot? I think that would be lovely. Like I think their lack of parking is exactly the appeal, part of the appeal, but also one of the frustrations. But let's just make a city where we don't have to leave and go to Rhino to have a good time.
Thank you, Member Anderson. We're going to go to Member Nudenkamp, and then we'll go back to anti-Rhino Stephen Ward. So go ahead, Member Nudenkamp.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to help or hurt this conversation, but I think maybe it would just be helpful to take a brief moment and just talk about like the value system that is driving, I think, some of this conversation. And when I look at what we're discussing, the mayor pro tem's point is very well taken about, you know, convenience and ease and, you know, accessibility and all of those things. But I also realize that we are a built-out community. We are responsible for leading these six-ish square miles that we have, and so for me, it's about what are the order and of priorities that are driven by our values, and what's the best use of this land. And so yes, if we had all the land in the world and we were sprawling, then a car for everyone. But when I say we have a very limited use for the land, I would much rather see it be used for a space where people can be housed safely and warmly and securely, and a space for people to gather, where we can build community cohesion and social infrastructure. The car piece of that I don't think is very powerful. And so while I'm not saying it's not important at all, it is less important, I think, in our value system for how we think about what this community can be than some of the other things. And so that's what's driving some of the things that I would like to see, is about how do we use the land for people to live and to be housed and to thrive, not necessarily for cars to be parked. Or my biggest concern, space where no cars are being parked, where it's just these vast concrete kind of wastelands, which we see most significantly concentrated in our downtown area, which is really, to Member Anderson's point, ruining our experience. And I'd love to see, that's why I'm in support of maybe even looking at that maximum again and saying, do we really need to be going up to 140, and what can we do here?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you for that. I am sensitive to that. I think for me, one of the things a car represents is mobility, freedom. It's the ability to get in your vehicle and move from place to place. And when we're not providing parking, or we're not requiring parking to be provided, we're challenging that particular opportunity in the population that we're trying to serve with the housing. So I think there is a balance to be had, and I agree with Councilwoman Newnenkamp and Councilmember Anderson that the place where we're sitting right now, we have not managed to strike that balance. I don't want to swing the pendulum too far in the wrong direction. Now, having said that, at the risk of sounding flip, I do have to respond to Councilman Anderson's statements about Rhino. He reminded me of the episode of South Park, where Cartman inherits an amusement park, and he loves it because he's the only one who gets to use it. So he puts a series of commercials on talking about how people can't go there, and all of a sudden, everybody wants to go to his amusement park. And as the episode progresses, he realizes that he can no longer afford to run the amusement park, and he sells it back to the guy that he bought it from, and it's now profitable because he's created this artificial demand by telling people that they can't go there. So that is an allegory counterpoint to Councilman Anderson's argument about Rhino being great because you can't go there.
Well, I see you there on Thursday then. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the discussion about affordable housing and such like that, but we also need to address the parking issue for retail spaces and for restaurant spaces and the like. And I want to make sure that we provide plenty of parking for those situations. Here about 3 months ago, my husband and I went to dinner in Littleton for our anniversary. We had reservations at 6 o'clock. I will never make reservations at 6 o'clock again because we had to walk 4 blocks and we drove around for a half an hour trying to find a place to park because there is no parking in Littleton after, at dinner time. And people go there. They love it, but they're taking their cars. They are not walking, especially at night. So anyway, I understand the piece about housing, but I don't want to underprovide because I do agree. I mean, I mentioned a couple places like over east and then also Navajo, but also the people that live on Lincoln, Sherman, and Grant, right next to Cherry Hills Alta, I think that's it, Kenyon. The people 3 blocks south of from the apartment house cannot park in front of their own house because we have, and maybe it's not that they haven't allowed enough parking, it's because they're charging for the parking. And so the people in the neighborhood are frustrated because of the lack of parking. So I think we have to strike a good balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonan-Camp, your light is still on. No? Okay. So I think we do have direction to move forward, at least with the parking minimum maximum discussion. I had 4 yeses on that. The one that just came up was Mayor Pro Tem about the EV requirement. I feel it does need to stay. I do think that the market's going to dictate it. As Member Noonan-Camp likes to hear from me, I do own an EV. So, well, and one of the benefits is that, or it's not necessarily a benefit, but the way that it gets charged to my house, right? So every single day I have a full tank in a sense, right? And if we don't provide that ability for people that are renting apartments or condos, they're going to have to find another EV station. And I do think in the future, we are going to have EV stations around town that's going to make it a little bit more convenient. In this moment, though, Inglewood does not make it convenient to power your car. So I do think that we need to have that in here. I'm not sure if the numbers are correct in terms of the one for every 10 units or whatever the number was, but I do think that we do have to have some sort of minimum there. I think in the future the market will dictate it, but I think for now I like to see something there. But Member Russell.
Thank you. There's one other thing, and this would probably go back to Chapter 3 about parking in lieu. I think that is something that we need to address. If we're going to increase density, we need to start making the parking in lieu fee so large that they will not overbuild, or because when we increase density, we don't have enough parks to put them in. And there is somehow, we have got to address the impact that the increased density has, whether it is making pocket parks around the around their property or whatever. We need to stop having them pay a minuscule fee for what they're getting in replacement. Either that, or we need to cut back on the number of units that we allow.
Thank you, Member Russell. It's the park in lieu, right? Okay.
Park
I was
in
trying
lieu.
to figure out, I was like, I don't know, remember reading the parking in lieu. So park in lieu, okay. Anyone else want to chime in on that or on the EV requirement? Member Woodward?
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving forward with EV. I think probably by 2025, we're going to see lots of EV around. But I mean, analyzing it and figuring out what's reasonable or what we believe to be reasonable, but at least some infrastructure in for that. I think that would be important. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson?
I was trying to go back to the parking. Where was that at? The park in lieu?
1635.
Okay, 3.5. When I read that, I was 1635. I thought this is another thing where I'm sensitive to the cost that this adds to affordable housing. Again, requiring a fee for something they're not doing adds to the overall cost of the project. So I don't think I'm really in favor of increasing that just for the sake of keeping the housing affordable.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonan-Camp?
Thank you. And this is a question for Mr. Brewster. About all of these things, the park in lieu, the parking. I know you're bringing kind of a fuller presentation on what we're doing for the affordable kind of incentives, the carrots that we're going to be offering. But I'm wondering if maybe this is one of those as well. And so maybe we pin that for that conversation is what are the things that we can, reduce or waive for something below a certain AMI level? And then what are the things that if you're building, at a very high level, that maybe we wouldn't consider reducing, we wouldn't offer the carrot. So that's something just I would like to see that conversation before I weigh in, if that makes sense. But my question around the EV parking, Mr. Brewster, is can you just give us some context? What are other communities doing in their codes regarding EVs? How much of the market is going to drive this? How much of this needs to be mandated by the community? Can you give us a little bit of color?
Yes. As far as how much the market's going to drive it, that one I probably can't shed too much light on because I think I suspect, like most of you do, that it's heading that direction just from what we see and experience. The numbers that are in there now, though, however, were based on kind of surveying other communities in the area and other communities nationwide. And usually what we're finding is the EV requirements are coming anywhere from 3% to 15% of the amount of parking. I don't know if those are based on, studies of how often do people need to charge versus how often are they just regularly parked and they're charged already, or if this is based off of, projections to how soon will all of our cars be transitioning to this alternative fuel. But I do know that that's the range you're in. And the other thing that we're doing is we're monitoring this parallel to those other discussions, but also parallel to the 2021 code update, because it has some things in there that affect this, particularly for the residential properties. And there's a difference that we probably need to emphasize a little bit more on EV capable versus EV ready versus built-in charging. I think there's 3 distinctions that the codes typically make. So we're looking at all of those things to try and land on a number that's fairly reasonable in that regard. One of the comments that the steering committee made, and I think it was coming from monitoring some of the outside discussions that we haven't been involved in, was, does it need to be in this code at all, in the development code, that is, and should it defer solely to the building code? I think some of that is, I'll have to learn more from your building official on whether that's purely the residential part of it, because I know those have to deal with the electricity service at your house, and there's some that charge really fast and some that don't. But I know there's a related element there. I don't know if that relates to some of the ones that we see more in the parking lots. I think the bigger provision that we would want to make sure to get in here is the part if I'm referring to 1673D, which is the EV parking, and particularly D3, that at the very least, when you do build these things, they're considered accessory structures. In other words, we commonly see them in parking lots, and therefore we expect to see them in parking lots. That would be the baseline we would want to get to.
That's really helpful. Thank you so much for offering that. That helps me weigh in, just to say that I'm open to maybe looking at the percentage. I don't think I'm ready to say take it out completely. Maybe we retool the percentage. And I think what you noted is really important. EV capable is very different than like ready to charge. And the reason I don't want to take it out completely, and maybe again, if it's handled in the building code, we do take it out of here, but I don't want to take it out completely of like everything, is because my understanding is that it's much cheaper to add this capability when you build versus having to retrofit is much, much more expensive. And so especially when we think about equity and we think about what's being built in the community, maybe even having a lower percentage and having it be EV capable will lower that bar, but not have it removed altogether. That's where I'm at right now, but I'm looking forward to more information and more conversation.
Member Noonan-Camp, did you want to weigh in on the parking lieu fee?
Yes, sorry, I said that at the beginning. I would like to see that maybe again on an AMI sliding scale.
So yes, but with the sliding scale. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to go back to the parking thing because it's something I had missed when I went through this. I was looking at the multi-unit, but I see the unit, 1 unit detached. This is, I guess, residential single family or duplexes, right? Is 2 per unit. This is another one where I would like to see a reduction. I think this also relates to ADUs. Is if you have two parking spots for a single family home, and then there's an additional requirement for ADUs, you start to cut into what you can actually build, get built on the lot without putting an ADU over the top of a garage or something like that. So I would like to, I think, and I don't think there's anything about there is a 1 per unit on ADUs. Okay, so this is relevant. I would like to eliminate that parking requirement for ADUs at the very least, if not reduce it for the single family. And here's another thing where I think economics comes into play is we have, go down my street or many others like it at night when everybody's home, and there's on-street parking that is utilized at a fairly low percentage. I would say less than 50%. This is something probably worth studying, but we have lots of on-street parking that's not being utilized. If we could, credit that towards these parking spots to ensure that we're not building off-street parking where it's not needed, then I think that will allow us to develop these properties more fully, especially in regard to ADUs. Of course, this doesn't mean somebody can't build off-street parking. I certainly, utilize my off-street parking at my house, but to reduce that, allow that on-street parking to meet those requirements. The point here is we have a public resource, on-street parking, that's being underutilized. Why are we requiring building off-street parking when it's what we currently are providing to our citizens is being underutilized? So this is another one that plays into affordability. You require three off-street parking. Now it becomes impossible to build an ADU without putting on top of a garage. This just adds astronomically to the cost of building an ADU. And I think we'd get a lot more built if we didn't have. This is one of Cole Peterson's poison pills with ADUs, an off-street parking requirement. Sounds like a good idea, but it basically makes it impossible for people to build them.
Thank you,
We
Member
we do have an on-street credit that we're recommending adding in F2 when you look at the reduction section. But yeah, that is something we looked at with regard to the ADUs as well. So.
Member Woodward.
Just wanted to address the fee in lieu on open space. I think I'm definitely for that. And I'd really want to take a look and make sure that what we are charging for that is competitive to the rest of the marketplace, because it seems to me it might be somewhat under. And I mean, we're pretty limited on our park space. We have what we have, and that's, unless some other land comes available, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Yeah, I'm in favor of that as well. So we have a majority on looking at the park in lieu fee. Keep having trouble with that one. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Back to EVs. To me, it's analogous to requiring a gas station in an apartment complex. You're requiring the apartment complex to provide the means of fueling the vehicle that you have chosen to drive. I don't understand why we would do that. Doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing, Councilmember Anderson, that I understand your neighborhood probably doesn't have a lot of ADUs or duplexes, but how would that same allotment work on streets where there's duplexes? Like, there's areas of the town where there's like 6 or 7 duplexes in one block, which increases the parking a lot there. So, I mean, that would work in some neighborhoods, but how do we make it work, make sure it works in all neighborhoods?
Can I respond to that? Yeah, I would say that, I want to eliminate that ADU parking requirement. I think this F2 that Mr. Brewster pointed me to, actually, I think it deals with that concern in that this allows you to get on-street credit for parking within the front of a building. I'm not sure how that would be calculated. But do you have to, maybe this is a question, Mr. Brewster, when somebody wants to build a unit, do they have to go out and see how much that parking is utilized on the street, or do you get credit for the space just being there?
Yeah, we were trying, again, a lot of the flexibility was intended to be trying to get at the optimal number, right? There's not like a magic formula for any of those, so we're careful about how many we layered in there. But essentially, it's treating it as a shared asset, as you just mentioned earlier, and then looking at what's a reasonable distance and how often that parking usually turns over. And so that's where we got the 300-foot distance in either case, and then only counting it for a half a space. That idea that you don't get the full space because you may not always be there, but you may get a space within 300 feet. So not an exact science by any means, but the idea at least is if it's there, you can count it, but so can other people.
So I think that, that makes sense for the main unit parking requirement. I still think the ADU requirement needs to be eliminated. But then we still have the 2 parking spaces required out there for the main unit. But this F2, I think, deals with some of Councilmember Russell's concerns.
Member Noonekamp.
I'll weigh in and say that I support removing the parking requirement for ADUs in the code. And remember Russell, unfortunately, no one in Inglewood lives in a neighborhood with very many ADUs because there haven't been very many that have been built since the previous council authorized them. And so I would support that change.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. I too will support that change for removing the ADU parking requirement. Anyone else want to weigh in on the ADU requirement, parking requirement?
No objection on that one.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I still need consensus on EU requirement. Right now I have 3 yeses, 1 no, me, Member Ward. Member Anderson, I don't have your position on it, but I think you were a no earlier.
Well, I like the idea. I think there's some sense in making it EV capable without requiring a certain number of spaces. I don't know what that looks like, but I know it's when you're building an apartment, that's the cheapest time to run that however many volts you need to run through that line to get it to where it needs to be to add those parking spots. So I want to do that, but not require the parking spots.
Okay. Thank you, Member Anderson. Any other conversations? Mr. Brewster, is there anything else that we need to cover tonight that we haven't gone over?
I can't think of any off the top of my head. This has been real helpful to us, and we've got some clear direction on some of the bigger topics.
Member Anderson, go ahead.
This is I don't know. I just want to see when this kind of relates to this question or the parking issue. I'm thinking of there's in my area plus down by Rotolo Park. I know of several lots that are just because of, it's actually mostly because of the way the city ditch runs. There are these lots that are quite large, 1 acre plus, but have very little frontage, or even some of them no frontage at all. They have driveways that go back to them and that kind of thing. To me, these kind of lots, they're non-conforming lots, but they're not non-conforming small. They're non-conforming extra large. I would like to, to take lots like that, because I know they're in different places throughout the city, and make sure that they are allowed to, they aren't able to get any credit for an off-street park or an on-street parking. Maybe they just are required to do those parking, but these are also great lots to allow for additional ADUs or even multi-family. And again, these are in the middle of single-family zones, but these lots are definitely not currently at their highest and best use. And maybe they could be divided up, but again, they would all be non-conforming with no frontage. Is that something that is coming up in discussion, or where would that fit into the code?
Could you clarify like the context you're talking about? Like, is it a lot that's vacant or enlarged, or it's a lot that has a house on it that's really large?
They are lots with single family homes. Yeah, I can think of 3 of them at least. They have single family homes on them, modest houses, but huge lots. They're kind of a weird, underutilized land. And I don't know if, these people would want to add more units or whatever, but it seems to me like it would be a missed opportunity to not make sure that they're not allowed to at least do a couple extra large ADUs or add another unit or subdivide the property and do a couple units on each?
Yeah, so I can think of 3 scenarios that will be coming up for our discussion on the 28th that are in Chapter 5. One, the steering committee did discuss having multiple ADUs on the larger lots. So right now that number is at 2 if you're over 9,000 square feet. So you could have 2 ADUs on those larger lots. The second is that I mentioned that we're enabling some of the small lots that have right now been grandfathered for detached houses. So things like the courtyard patterns might be able to fit in some of these with the existing house. So they could actually perhaps subdivide and fit a project in that way. It would all depend on the context of how those lots sit, but that's another option, either a smaller lot subdivided off or a courtyard pattern put into it. So those 3 things have been discussed at the committee.
Would a courtyard pattern apply to a lot with no frontage? Or this is definitely we're into non-conforming lot area.
Oh, I see. So there's no street frontage at all. Is that what you're saying?
They have, they're set back behind the main line of houses in these particular streets.
Gotcha. I think I'd probably defer to staff on that one. I do know of a couple of different projects that have been done where they've run private lanes back and done a similar, I think there's one in the pipeline right now where they've been able to look at some of those unique situations and get access to where then the more typical development patterns can happen on that lane. That might be a strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, members of council, regarding CodeNext? Seeing none, Mr. Brewster, Mr. Isham, thank you very much for conversation. And actually, just for the public, just because we've been referring to it, but it's not showing up within the actual deck. But on that slide that talks about where we are going, right now it shows it as December 5th for the zoning and the residential development conversation. We have moved that up to the 28th. Just for everyone, we feel that that's going to be a very important section, and we wanted to devote a study session night to that topic. So we won't be constrained by time, but just wanted to give everyone a heads up about that. All right, everyone. And thank you again for your time tonight. So we're now moving on to reports for boards or commissions. Anyone have anything to share tonight? Member Newnenkamp?
Yes, the Cultural Arts Commission met a couple weeks ago, and they are moving forward with, they will have some interactive art at the tree lighting on December 3rd. So make sure you engage with them there. And they also had a really fascinating conversation with our economic development department about how we can actually utilize art and cultural art more, and how we think about the economic development of the city, how we brand even some of the Made in Inglewood things that are happening here, and how we continue to have greater partnership there. And so excited to see that conversation happen and continue. And then there will be more events coming next year. And they, I believe, just now released the call for new median art project as well. So something that will be made in Colorado for some structural design, very similar to how we have the green grass kind of at the gateway to Inglewood at the north of Broadway. We'll have something hopefully on one of the Hampton gateways as well. So doing good work.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Member Wink?
Thanks. Because I didn't report on it last time, there wasn't a quorum for the historic preservation meeting, so we waited for a while and had to just end the meeting there. So there's one this week, I think. So hopefully we'll have enough people and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward?
Thank you. On our Malley Trust Fund quarterly meeting, we approved approximately $35,000 for expenditures for furniture improvements at Malley for 2023, subject to approval by City Council. So we will be seeing that coming forward for Council's approval. So that would be some new mainly tables, round tables and 8-foot tables, lightweight ones. And that's about it. Parks and Rec, number of things. I know the commission will be looking forward to reevaluating the off-leash dog program in January, for council to be reevaluating that and seeing what comes of that. And our remaining recommending registration for all dogs in Inglewood. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson.
Yeah, just a quick update from the Sustainability Commission. A bulk of this meeting was a presentation on from Jeremiah Garrick on turf replacements and what that could look like in Inglewood. I won't go into that too much because I do believe it's coming up on a study session for City Council. But it was a good discussion. Not sure if I'm totally supportive of what, some of the recommendations that would come out of that, but I did find it interesting.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I got two updates. One's a quick one. Water and Sewer did meet this past Tuesday. It was a pretty quick meeting. We were in and out within 20 minutes, but the items that we did discuss are going to be coming up on the following Monday's regular council meeting for us to vote on. The other committee that met was ETAC. So they actually went over a few things that we've already seen. They talked about the Pedestrian Safety Month update, also the traffic circle update on Dartmouth. So they got the same presentation that we received. The big item that came up was really just the traffic issues that they're counting around Charles Hay. I just forgot her name. She's on the ETAC committee. It's going to kill me. Anyway, but she works at Charles Hay. She just let us know about the issues about people parking in crosswalks and people are darting in and out of traffic around Charles Hay. And so one of the things that they basically changed up the traffic pattern. So now the buses are only dropping off on the the north end of the school, and drop off is only occurring on the north end. They've seen a little bit of improvement, but one of the things that they were hoping to see was more of a police presence during drop off and pickup, mostly around pickup because pickup is constant. Everyone picks up at 3 o'clock. Drop off can happen anywhere between a 45-minute period, basically. But they did want to see us improve signage as well, just letting people know that they're not allowed to park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, which apparently is the regulation. We don't have anything any signage about that effect there, and it just make it easier for staff to kind of enforce that. So that was the big update for Charles Hay, and I'm sure it's happening at other schools as well. And then kind of leading into the next topic for tonight, the trash code. One of the questions that they had was whether or not code needs to reflect the fact that some people may not be able to have alley pickup now. So visible trash cans, is that something that we have to reevaluate if waste companies do not allow for alley pickup? So that is my update. Oh, actually, and there's one more, Sean. They also wanted to understand speed checks on Yale and Elati. Apparently, there's a lot of cars that are racing around that bend, around the new apartments, the newer apartments over in that area, and whether or not we could kind of get like a speed check to see how frequent it is. So those are my updates, and I'll just actually, did we want to take a break before we moved on to the mayor's choice? I don't need one, but I just want to see. I'm not sure how long this discussion is going to take. So, but we'll move to city manager's choice, or excuse me, to council member's choice. Actually, it's under city manager's choice, the trash pickup. But go ahead, Member Russell, for
Thank
council
you.
member's
I
choice.
just wanted to give an update on the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. I do believe I may have already given this. They did approve the ordinance for that's coming forward next Monday night. And the one question that I still have, and I may ask the committee to look at it, to weigh in on this, is it did come up in the discussion that whether a Good Samaritan drops off a dog at the shelter or whether a city employee drops off a dog at the shelter, it is still impounded, which means it is subject to ticketing the dog for at large. And that is one of the problems that I had with that at the beginning. Because when a Good Samaritan drops it off, if it becomes habitual, I can see them charging a fee for that. But I actually may just ask the city to look in, or the committee look into weighing in on perhaps making a suggestion to council about Good Samaritan dropping off dogs. So there's that. One other thing that came up in the meeting was that Code used to get a monthly report on code violations, and we haven't gotten that. The last one we got was in January. And so the chairman of the committee asked about getting that. Well, the committee was told that the records management system that we paid a lot of money for is not able to generate the reports, and they have decided, that staff has decided, that they will only give quarterly reports. Well, it is already November, and the committee only got it in January. So I am really concerned. The committee was also told that most of Arapahoe County is upset with the records management system. So if we paid a lot of money for that, I think we should be able to get reports. I mean, all you should have to do is push a button and it generates the report. So I don't know what council wants to do. Perhaps we should get a council request on, is that true?
May I?
Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Russell, after we met last week, it wasn't until today, but I did submit a request to code enforcement and their supervisory chain to get the two missing quarterly reports. We should already have the third quarter report too, but we did not receive the second or the third, just the first. So we'll get those reports out as soon as we can.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I do have a council member's choice, but if I'll wait on that.
Do we have any questions on the RMS system, or I would like to just have that as a council request in terms of whether or not we could only provide quarterly and not monthly. So, but yeah, Member Russell, go ahead and pick up council member's choice.
Okay, so I've been kind of concerned about this, but I did get a couple calls in the last few days about there's a public hearing tomorrow night with planning and zoning, and it is a Zoom meeting. And I think that, and I guess I'm pretty sure that we can't change that Zoom meeting because it's already been posted. Is that correct, City Attorney? Because it's been posted and we need to go ahead with that.
I don't know how it's been posted, but we are required to post notice at least 24 hours in advance under the Open Meetings Act. So it does have to proceed as however it was posted.
Right, so I mean, we can't necessarily undo it because it's been posted. The developer is planning to be there. But we need to start requiring those meetings to be open to the public, not on Zoom. Because people want to come and weigh in, and they have a right to address the committee in a way. So and I know that Code Enforcement Advisory Committee has been meeting on Zoom. They've decided that they are going to start meeting in public in January. But I think that it is reasonable for us to expect that we could get back to business as usual and have the board and commission meetings in person.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Nunekamp?
Yeah, I'll weigh in on Councilmember's choice. Mine is much lighter, but I would just say that I have been tasked with delivering to the City Council a message from Arapahoe Acres. I have some handwritten thank you notes from the community. Mayor Sierra and I had the opportunity to help judge the Arapahoe Acres Chalk Festival a couple months ago, and they sent on some notes for City Council thanking us for supporting them, and some photos of the event. So if you want to stop by before the end of the evening, take a look at those, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, first, to address Councilmember Russell's comments on the way the P&Z meeting is being discussed, I also received some constituent contact regarding this and the question of how the notice was posted at the site. So I contacted Assistant City Manager Dodd, and he informed me that the plan is to have someone present at City Center to allow members of the public who either don't have access to Zoom or can't use Zoom or don't want to use Zoom and would prefer to appear in person to be able to communicate from City Center with the commission for that hearing. Manager Lewis, I don't know if you have anything to add on that or if you've been briefed, but that's the process. So anybody who's interested in commenting on that could just call community development and find out the process for that. I believe they'll be posted in the community room, but I can't say that unequivocally. I was satisfied with that response, and I think that the virtual meeting did indeed meet the posting requirements. As I read through the posting, it was pretty clear that the meeting would take place virtually rather than in person. I do share some of the concern over bringing these meetings back to in person. And I think that is the best way to serve our constituency, is to ensure that our boards and commissions are meeting in person whenever possible. So I'm supportive of looking at some policies related to that. I think previously we had left it at allowing the board to make the choice, but with a quasi-judicial board like P&Z, I think it's important, perhaps we should dictate a little more specific behavior on their part. The other thing I had for members' choice tonight, if I may, I just want to thank the voters of the city of Inglewood. You know, the election results are in, and we don't expect anything to flip. As of you know, the most recent numbers, it looks like everything passed that we had referred to the ballot. And when I was looking at the results as they were coming in, the message to me was really one of faith in the administration and the current city leadership. We asked them to provide us with a funding mechanism to make improvements to our roads on a more regular basis under the promise that we would accomplish that task. And the voters said yes. We asked our voters if we could get a dedicated revenue stream for some of the services that the police department is providing out of its budget right now, and the voters said yes. And we asked the voters for a number of amendments to our charter, and the voters said yes. I was really happy to see that result, and I think that it sends a message on faith in the administration and the direction we're headed right now. So thank you, Inglewood voters. I appreciate it.
Well said, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? And go ahead, Member Woodward. Your water bottle is covering it.
Oh, I thought it was.
There.
I thought it was making it shine brighter.
And earlier, it was your sheet of paper.
My sheet
So
of paper. Okay.
go ahead, Member Woodward.
Anyway, I have a request, or at least I'd like an update. Waste management, as everybody in the room knows, is stopping their alley service on December 5th, and it definitely doesn't work out for all the citizens of Inglewood. And I'm curious to know if, City Manager, if you've had any discussions with Waste Management, any feedback, and I would have a council request to see about us telling Waste Management that you need to service those alleys that are on hills that are creating problems where you can't get to the streets.
Member Woodward, let me just stop you there. That's our next topic to city manager's choice, where we're going to be discussing the waste management
All right.
postcard.
Quick answer, that's how I like it.
Before we go there, I echo Mayor Pro Tem's. I want to thank the voters of Inglewood for saying yes to everything that we did put on the ballot. But I also want to thank city staff on this, because you did put in a lot of the work, did the polling to let us know what it was that, things that we needed to consider. And I do appreciate all the work that city staff did on that, so thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and just push it to city manager's choice and talk trash. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In response to the question that was asked, I'll just start by saying that on, October 25th, the Waste Management, our government relations contact at Waste Management reached out to me and did inform me that they would be discontinuing trash service. This is the first time that we had heard about that. In his statement, he said, "Our industry has continued to experience service issues due to labor pressure. Hiring and retaining CDL drivers is very difficult. To address this, as part of a longer-term move towards automation, we will no longer service alleys starting in December. This is to ensure our drivers are kept safe and to ensure we have available labor, as fewer and fewer people want to pick up trash in alleys." And so we have not had further discussion with them. It was not posed to us as an option, nor do we have the ability to regulate that in current regulations, as our regulations currently read. And so this would be a question for council in terms of if council wants to have a discussion about additional requirements or ask them to come and have a discussion about this. There are a number of options that city staff can help facilitate for council. But at this time, this is a private business. It's a private decision unrelated to the city. I firmly believe that. And it's something that we're seeing nationwide as companies are trying to automate more and more. You can operate a trash truck now with an automatic arm that can be operated by one person. And right now, my trash truck has 3 people on it some days, others 2. So this is kind of the move of the industry as I've seen it, but staff is ready to facilitate any discussion that council wants to have on that.
Thank you for that, City Manager Lewis. Before I go to Member Noonencamp, City Attorney, I know that we kind of brought this subject up when the postcard went out to a lot of citizens. I am a waste management customer, so I received the same postcard. Are you able to weigh in on what the possible options are for City Council if we wanted to pursue further action on this? Or inaction?
Yes, certainly. Well, we do require licensing for waste haulers within the city. And so as part of that, we do impose certain requirements on waste haulers, such as they can only pick up on certain days. We could consider adding a requirement that any licensed waste hauler within the city is required to have alley pickup for certain areas or citywide. That is something we could include for everybody. My concerns with doing that is that with the modern way of trash hauling with a single truck and an arm, our alleys simply don't allow some waste haulers to have alley pickup if they go to that. So if we require it, we could force out one or more of the limited providers that currently provide waste hauling services within the city. In addition, if we did that, we could inadvertently increase the rates for everybody else because they have to cover those costs somehow. So there are pros and cons to doing so. But for the people that need alley pickup, it would secure that. Also, we did look at single hauler trash earlier in the year and decided not to pursue that. That was one of the conditions for the waste haulers, is that they do continue that alley pickup. But in response to large citizen opposition, we decided not to move forward because, again, well, for multiple reasons, but one of them was that it would increase the rates on quite a few people. And we don't know exactly why the bids came in where they did, but that certainly could have been one of the reasons. What would happen in practice if we did that? I don't know for sure.
Thank you, City Attorney. Member Noonkemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard from an affected resident in my district who was very frustrated, and they contacted a company called, I think it's Summit Waste, who said that they were looking, actually, because they were getting a lot of calls from Inglewood residents about expanding their services to the city so that they would offer the alley pickup. I don't think they're currently on their website. We're not in their service area, and I don't believe that they're a licensed hauler in the city. Have staff heard from them about exploring becoming a licensed hauler in the city?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll check our list to make sure they're not already on it.
I'm just wondering if there's a way maybe we incentivize or notify other haulers that there's business to be had in the community who aren't currently hauling within Inglewood.
They are not currently one of our 7 haulers, no, but we can reach out.
Yeah, it was just this last week where the resident said that he was on the phone with them and they said that they were getting so many calls that they were actively looking into starting services in Inglewood for alley pickup.
Member Woodward, did you have something else? Your light's on. Member Anderson.
In follow-up to Member Noonenkamp's comment, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity here. Maybe all the other waste providers in the metro area already know about this, but would it be worth, for somebody on staff to reach out and make sure that all the other alternatives who aren't currently licensed or operating in Inglewood know that there's a market opportunity at least. I know we're losing our alley service with Waste Management, but we called Republic. Republic said, we've had so many people, we don't know if we can do yet, so we're gonna have to hold off. So I do think there is an opportunity here if some company was open to it.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I guess that was going to be the comment that I had when I spoke to many citizens over the past couple weeks. When I first got the postcard, Republic Service said that they were not doing alley pickup. Waste Connection said they're not taking new customers. Obviously, Waste Management said they're doing away with alley pickup. So just kind of curious, is the market correcting this and Republic coming in and saying that they are going to do alley pickup? Well, the other aspect of it was that Republic only picks up in certain parts of Inglewood, but not all parts of Inglewood. And I know that they weren't picking up in my area of Inglewood, which is the north part. So I'm just kind of, if staff is going to be reaching out to Summit and maybe some other waste haulers, just to find out what the current pickup areas are for some of these waste haulers. So, Member Russell.
Thank you. I actually was looking in the code. I could not find it. I really felt like in the past, and actually that there was required alley pickup. But I'm trying to think, somewhere I saw the reason that and I thought about this earlier today and then I forgot to ask. In the code, there is somewhere where the alleys were designed for utility pickup. And so if that's what they were designed for, I don't think that we can tell Waste Management that they have to pick up in the alley. I do believe that we could, like the city attorney said, require alley pickup for when we have alleys. I think maybe that's something we should look at in the future. I think maybe the market forces will straighten this out, because I have gotten so many calls and people are so frustrated they are calling other companies. And so I think for right now we probably should not change the ordinance. But I think that's something that we could consider in the future, because my greatest concern is a lot of Inglewood is on hills, and it is physically impossible probably for a lot of those people to take the trash to the street. I can think of areas in the city where there's 30 steps from the street up to their front door. And to have to do that, but I also think that I have thought about, driving down Dartmouth on trash day. There are a lot of trash cans out there from different companies, probably really small companies, and they have phone numbers on their trash can. I think I might drive down there and just check it out and see. But I think that if enough people got calls like Summit, they may consider getting licensed in the city. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you, Member Russell. Just hearing the tone from council or just the comments, it does sound like just more wait and see mode, but we'll let the market dictate next steps, I guess, here. I'm trying to think if there was something I was going to say. I know my district is heavily affected by this. The people on Sherman, it is, those 96-gallon trash cans are hard for me to get out to the front yard, and I'm flat. I have a flat surface. So for people to have to take it all the way down, I get the frustration. I know that we had this conversation as part of alley single hauler, I guess. But I think at this point, it does sound like some waste management companies are going to try to pick up the slack on this, and we'll just wait and hear back from staff in terms of what's happening with some of these waste haulers. So I think that's where I stand here. So, Member Nunekamp?
I would just add one thing to that, because I especially don't want the community to hear the message that it's kind of, we're going to just wait and see what happens, because I do think this is a critical issue for so many members of the community. I do think we should take a proactive approach to staff, again, like notifying other haulers. This, there's a market gap here. And I know there's been some discussion about, we haven't had public kind of communications to the city. I know we're getting a lot of constituent messages, but if and when there is a hauler who is open to taking alley customers, I think that it would be helpful for the city to actually share that information if we're comfortable with that, so that residents know that they have these options. Because I think right now they're experiencing a lot of frustration. They're maybe getting turned down by certain people. If they're calling, they might not know that another company exists. And so I don't know if there's consensus on the council, but I think some sort of comms from the city that we know this is happening. We're not asleep at the wheel. This is, who is willing to serve the city could be helpful if and when we have an option like that.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Anyone else? Member Russell?
The one other thing that I do want the city to do is waste management has been notorious really since COVID about not picking up and not showing up for 2 or 3 days in a row, so people's trash cans are sitting on the street. I think that we need to notify the trash companies that we're going to start enforcing those rules. Because people are expected to take their trash can off the street within 24 hours, and they can't do that if the trash company is not picking up. And that's required by the licensing.
Member Anderson? Thank you, Member Russell.
I just wanted to add on to Member Nunekamp. I agree with that. If we could put together some kind of comms, reach out to all the licensed haulers and any others and identify which ones are doing alley, if they are, and just send out some communications to citizens. I think that would be, maybe there's not much to find out, but at least we can say that we looked into it,
Thank you. Anyone else? City Manager, floor is yours. Anything else? All right, everyone. That concludes our meeting. I'll see you guys next Monday. Have a good evening.